Hello, everybody, and welcome to the grand finale episode of Arc 4 of the Chaos Protocol! Oh my goodness, I am so excited to see all of your digital non-existent faces in the chat of Transplanar RPG. We are an all-transgender, people of color-led, dark fantasy, actual play channel telling stories set in an original, non-colonial, anti-orientalist multiverse. This means that Transplanar stands against genocide and ethnic cleansing, and we support all oppressed peoples of this world struggling against injustice, imperialism, and colonization. We must use our voices to build solidarity and fight for the worlds that we wish to see. And to that end, free Sudan, free DRC, free Palestine, abolish ICE until there is nothing left, land back to all indigenous peoples across the globe, and may we all see liberation in our lifetime. Thank you. And thank you all so much for showing up to support our story. It's time to get chaotic. If you're watching this right now, you are witnessing the live recording of the grand finale of Arc 4, aka episodes 31 and 32. We are currently co-streaming this on Twitch and YouTube Live, both at Transplanar RPG, and all of our VODs will be hosted on our YouTube channel for your viewing pleasure afterward, before being uploaded to Vimeo and the Internet Archive in due time. This is our very last stream on Kaseki, and I personally am not ready to say goodbye yet, but alas, alack, alay, all things must come to an end. But also, all endings are also a beginning. So thank you all so much for being here with us for the grand finale and the live recording of the grand finale. It truly does mean the entire world to each of us. Before we get started, please allow me to reintroduce my incredible cast for the final time for Arc 4, starting with our incredible guest star, Dare.
Hi, hey, and hello, everybody. My name is Dare, pronouns she, they, and it, and I am honored to have been Zinnia, pronouns she, they. I'm the internet's resident trans punk puppy girl, and I'm just glad to be here and full of so much love. I'm going to throw it over to Val.
Hi everyone, my name is Valiant Dorian. I use he, him, his pronouns. You can find me all across the internet. Valiant Dorian, or also Spirit Bear. Please enjoy that lovely treasure I just set you on. And tonight, I have the distinct pleasure of playing your sad boy, Doom Boy, Seer, who uses he, they pronouns. I'm going to pass on over to Dusty Cowboy. How you doing, Dusty Cowboy?
I'm fabulous. Hi everyone, I'm Kai. I use he, they, and she pronouns, and I am back tonight with the sincere pleasure of playing for one more time this arc in his home, Mr. Zanin Esh, who uses he, him pronouns. And I'm going to pass it on over to his beautiful daughter.
Hello, everyone. It is I, his beautiful daughter. I'm Sam Star, using she, they, and the occasional they pronouns. And tonight I have the absolute distinct pleasure, for the last time this arc, to play everyone's resident baby girl chronologist and healer, Lumira, who uses she, her pronouns. What's going on, boss?
It's me, boss. And to start off our announcements for the last time for this arc, a huge and final thank you to our two major sponsors for Arc 4, Hero Forge and the Working Families Party. Hero Forge is a website where you can customize and design your very own unique miniatures. They also offer, and have been for the entire arc of this, 3D printed custom dice, which means you can put anything you might be able to make in Hero Forge into the clear material of the die and still get a perfectly weighted chunk of math rock. Put a frog in it! You can visit Hero Forge today at bit.ly/transforge. As for the Working Families Party, they are a progressive third party in the United States, building a multiracial coalition of working class people to make our communities a better place to live in for everyone. You can take an action to affect change right now by signing their petition to break up big media companies, and also consider joining their mailing list at bit.ly/WFPtrans. And finally, a big ol' thank you to Cheipaku for letting us use their beautifully illustrated scenes for the entirety of this arc, as well as a big thank you to Explain Trade and Frivolous Bear Studios for being our channel-wide sponsors. Over to you, Val.
Thank you, Connie. Beyond fiction, we must stand in solidarity with the values we share through story. Tonight, we're hosting a charity fundraiser in memory of a loved one for Crisis Services of Erie County to provide support and relief to those going through hardship. We're looking to raise $100 to start, so donate and help us reach our goal by using !donate in chat. Over to you, Kai.
As always, a massive thank you to our Patreon precepts for helping make our show possible. Thank you to Azra, Brooke, The Bow System, Elvira, Mainman13, Mark J, Nulcessity, Robert Burke, Rose, Sergeant Danes, Spectra, Spencer, Taylor, Travis L, and Zoe. You too can support us starting at $3 USD a month and become one with the Transplanerverse at patreon.com/transplanerrpg. That's for next arc for me to fix. Sam,
I'm gonna let you fix that. Before I start, I just want to say it's really a big honor to do this with y'all, and I really appreciate this. Raising money for Crisis Services on behalf of my dearly departed friend. This means a lot, so thank you.
love you so much, Sam.
Love you too.
Love you, Sam.
Last time on the Chaos Protocol. Strike Team Nova returned to the present, exhausted and traumatized. Sayer reports to Yinghe and Zinnia. Lumira succumbs to sleep, and Azalis finds Zynon. The two have a long-needed conversation as Nova turned toward the future. All efforts go toward rebuilding this lost shuttle. Sayer apologizes to Bug. Lumira has a heart-to-heart with Zinnia, and Zynon convinces Samishi to pledge her entire engine to the shuttle project. Use !recap in chat to read our full written recap document. And to Connie for some self-care tips.
Thank you for that, Sam. We all love you so much. For some self-care tips for tonight, as always, the Chaos Protocol is a dark fantasy actual play series that deals with content that may be triggering for some viewers. Content warnings for this finale session may include fantasy violence, grief, mourning, funerals, death of loved ones, ghosts, complex relationships, survival and scarcity, environmental collapse, apocalypse, classism, surrealism, space, storms, alcohol, food, guns as weaponry, youth in dangerous situations, and candid discussions of the loss of children. No youth will be harmed in this or any other Chaos episode. To get a look at these content warnings at any time, if you are in the Twitch chat, you can use !CW. If you're in the YouTube live, sadly they do not support bots like that, but our incredible mods will be copying and pasting these content warnings consistently in the chat, so you can always just scroll up to see what content to expect. This particular episode is dedicated to those we have lost over the course of Arc 4. Jacob George, Malia Lowell, Marion Castellane, and Eloise Porter. And to our long and eternal grief, Dexter Savage Jr., Forever 18, Corwin Spearman, Ben Moreno, Fumiko Mary Kagawa, Kiyoshi Kagawa, and Floyd and Doris Schlo. Our endless thanks and our endless love. And now, the title of tonight's episode is Say Not Your Mercy, Say Not Goodbye, from Waiting for the Moon to Burn, by Connie Chong. And with that out of the way, let's begin. Waiting for the moon to burn. I do not dream of fire or dust. The story lies. Our home is rust. Wake not the flesh. My lungs are still. Invert my name. Thy worship kill. I do not weep or howl cruel to bite the hand that plays the fool. The tomb is bare. The soul is hollow. The flesh has wounds. No trust will follow. I do not speak of eating sin within a wire to my lost kin. Time rots the tongue of burden found. No hope to mend the journey bound. I do not mourn for worlds we lost, nor light that dies, nor dismal cost. The thread shall break, the end defy. Say not your mercy. Say not goodbye. Buta Ereber's shuttle truly was fit for a planetary lord. None of the others even came close. Not the vassal-class shuttles that escaped Keseki first, carrying minor nobles within their gleaming diamond hulls. Not the mid-grade ships that escaped Keseki next, carrying merchants and scholars who did not enjoy luxury upon their voyage off-world so much as comfort and dignity. And certainly not the few remaining workhorses that escaped Keseki last, carrying common folk who crowded desperately into battered galleys and cargo holds. But all of these shuttles paled in comparison to Buta Ereber's Emperor-class G384 Nomad 4. The Nomad's proprietary schematics include designs for a gilded dining room, a gravitic fitness center, a thermal suite with heated ceramic loungers, a sound room, a theater, a piano bar, an archery range, a pool, filled to the brim with real, filtered freshwater imported from off-world. Buta Ereber never got the chance to experience the amenities of his shuttle firsthand, on account of his wife shooting him in the knee and then the head. But Samishi Ereber did a damn good job stripping it for parts. After its death, it took on a new life. Its aluminum pelt was skinned into roofs and walls, shelter and safety. Its carbon fiber bones were melted down to make outrider parts and lightweight prosthetics. Its silica muscle was turned into blankets and insulation. Its steel veins became pipes and plumbing. And the copper-plated wiring of its nerves rerouted the energy of its excavated heart, sustaining the garden through even the harshest of storms. Only through its end could it be born anew. And now, Jack Tong has done a damn good job putting it back together. Not the way it was. No. That version of the shuttle lives in the past, and the past alone. There's a new version of the shuttle now. It towers a safe distance beyond the northern wall of the commune, so that the propulsion of its takeoff will not damage the garden or the people who choose to stay behind. This version of the Nomad is welded together from the corpse of its past self, the scavenged pieces of a revenant planet, and the hopes of a people that its mortal maker never intended for it to carry, but whom its body and ghost have protected for 10 long years anyway. It has new makers now. The survivors of the garden, the tears of Fuyumi, Strike Team Nova, Jack Tong, Samishi Ereber. It is no longer a nomad, but the last glass-tail butterfly of Kaseki. As construction nears completion, the PA systems of the garden crackle to life, now running solely on wind and solar power. Samishi's voice emerges from the static and rings throughout the commune. My friends, in just a few short days, the last glass-tail will be ready for departure. Now is the time for any and all of us to say our final goodbyes to this planet that has been our home, that has been our loved ones' home, our ancestors' home. All of the Outriders are now available to anyone and everyone who might wish to use them. Go to the places you need to go to. Bury the things you need to bury. Be safe. Lean on each other. And may your journeys be easy. At the southern wall of the garden, the gates yawn open to their fullest extent. Dozens of Outriders stand at the ready. One by one, the survivors of the garden arrive, take stock of their options, and go. Lone travelers hop onto hoverbikes, small groups board low-altitude skimmers, and larger parties congregate by dropships and cargo carriers. For many folk, the garden is the first and only home they've ever truly known. But for many others as well, they also had homes beyond these walls and these shields. Not just homes, but places of great personal importance. Ghosts who must be laid to rest. Now is the time to do so. In the wide open sky, above the desiccated taiga of Sumetai, oblivion looms closer than she's ever been. She hollows out the horizon to such an extent that you cannot tell where the sky ends and the end begins. Everything feels less than it was, less colorful, less certain, less lived. But everything also feels less heavy, less loud, less insurmountable. Zinnia, what place do you plan to say goodbye to? And who do you invite to come with you?
I gotta go to Tower 19. In terms of who's coming with, it's simple. My right and my left hand. Bagoon and Libra.
We find you, Libra, and Bagoon at the gates now, looking over your options, surrounded by the hustle and bustle of outriders occasionally peeling away from the walls, and other groups convening, congregating, discussing the scars that they wish to finally bomb. Libra, of course, had been expecting this. Bagoon was surprised at the invitation, but touched. And now, as you scan the options in front of you, you also notice other familiar folk in the area. In particular, you notice Zynon. Zynon, what place do you plan to say goodbye to? And who do you invite to come with you?
Zion's already made a promise. In fact, he landed on Keseki with this promise already in his bones, in his feet. He's been trying to fulfill this particular destination since he left. So, Zain and Esh will find a way in one of these outriders back to the Lodestar setting, Haruna Valley. And, well, he is going with Ozali's raid. Whether or not you call that an invitation or if they're going and he's going with them is another story entirely. But as he tries to figure out what that looks like, that same anxious energy trying to put on a kimono, figuring out what it's like to even attend a big funeral, Zynon both wants Nova there, but also knows that this is the end of Keseki. And we've been here for so long now that this home is also theirs. And he goes to find them to see what they want.
You find Lumira, Sayer, and Yinghe by the gate. Of course, the rest of Nova knew that there was a place, a grief, calling you. As soon as Samishi made that announcement, it's clear as day. So you're able to approach the rest of Nova, who are standing close to each other nearby.
Hey,
Hey.
I gotta go to Haruna. You're welcome to come with, but all three of you, we came here and, well, far be it from me to tell you that you don't also have stake here on Keseki now. You're welcome to come with me, but also I think you should go where you need to.
I think Sayer looks at Lumira and Yinghe first before he steps forward, mainly to see how Lumira feels.
You don't have to look far. Lumira is on you, if not directly on your arm, like wrapped around it. She hasn't really let you get too far out of her grasp as of right now. Not far from her line of vision. She's oddly silent. She steps behind you, not really making eye contact with Zynon, just nods curtly.
Zai, this is your home. And you deserve that time with your family, with all of you. We'll be here for you when you're ready. There's somewhere I need to do what I didn't do before. Make right.
And at that, Yinghe speaks as well. Zynon, you know we all care about you so deeply. And we know what you have to do. And you know that there are things that we want and have to do as well. There are things that need archiving out there that deserve the chance to have their stories told and remembered as well.
We only have so much time. And there is no disappointment on Zynon. In fact, he kind of hoped that you all would choose your own path. Not that he doesn't want you to share in this grief, but if we've learned nothing, it's that time is precious. All right. Well then, I'll be back. I'm coming back. And he makes a point to look at all three of them, one by one, a promise in those words and in those looks.
Then we'll see you here again.
We'll be
When
waiting.
we all come back.
All right. Good luck. Don't let the dust get you. He turns heel.
Zynon, you go back to where Ozzel has currently been scoping out a skimmer in particular, a possible very viable candidate as the outrider for your journey. And Nova, Yinghe, is the one who makes meaningful eye contact with each of you and then turns toward Zinnia. Zinnia, you notice Nova approaching. And it is Yinghe who steps forward while Begun and Libra are arguing over the best outrider to take. And she says, "We want to come with. You're going to Tower 19, right?"
Yeah.
If you have us, of course.
Of course. No question. I think she just kind of looks at all of you and there's a moment of contemplation, almost of, I wonder what the journey has taken from you or given you. And she nods in understanding, I think, at Yinghe's request. We got room. In fact, you could help us pick out which one, because we're not going to figure it out the way that we're bickering about it.
Got it. I'll see if I can make sure that the one we pick is not that one. And Yinghe looks at the one that Libra is particularly enamored with, which would be the equivalent of like a junker Corvette, essentially. Very flashy, but not very pragmatic. And Sayir, that is when you hear a beep, 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 a mechanical kind of whirring coming from your pocket from the direction of the Oracle. Do you take it out?
Hey. Oh yeah. Oracle beeps at me. He fishes his hand into his pocket and pulls it up. Hello?
Hello, can you hold me up to Zinnia, please?
Sure. Holds up to Zinnia. I don't know what it wants.
And the Oracle kind of spins on its spherical axis until its red eye faces Zinnia. And with each word, the light flashes to emphasize its syllables. And it says to you,
I know I'm coming along with because I'm in Sayer's pocket and I go wherever he goes, but I want to do this for her, too. My sister, that's still there, at the top of the tower. It's time for her to come home.
Of course. And I think she like bites back for a quick second, almost not letting the dam break for her.
we pan across the area of the front gates to find Zynon and Ozzel. The two of you have locked in your vehicle, your Outrider. Ozzel has one hand on the sleek black hull of it, and they turn to look at you. And there is an understanding in the look that they give you. There are no questions that need to be asked, no plans that need to be discussed. You both know exactly what you need to do, the actions you have to take. So what they say to you is,
I'll be right back. Something I have to give to Zinnia.
Sure.
and Ozzel strides off and approaches you, Zinnia. And you can see that they're holding something in the palm of their hand. Something small, and it sounds metallic. It's clinking together as they draw closer. And there's something in the way that they're walking. Uncertain is not the right word. Vulnerable, perhaps. Now, so recently, you've seen Ozzel more vulnerable than the years and years that you've known them. They draw close and they say,
Got some luck for your journey here.
Thank you, Ozzel. And I think I hold a hand out to see what this is, while already reaching for something in my bag as well.
And when the 3 bullets drop into the palm of your hand, they are slightly warm from where Ozzel has been holding them. And you see on the brass sides of the bullets carvings, names. And Zynon, the glint of it catches your eye as well. The way that Ozzel had walked off told you it wasn't a wall they were putting up, simply a statement of fact of what they were going to do. The way they're positioning their body is not shutting you out. This is not a private moment just for them and Zinnia. They're letting you see this too. And both of you can see 3 names on each bullet. On one bullet, Dade. The second bullet, Ego. And the third, Iego. But as the bullets turn in the palm of your hand, Zinnia, there are 3 new words carved into the brass. On Dade's bullet, hope. On Ego's, freedom. And on Ieko's, change. And Ozzy says to you,
Someone I need to kill. And something I need to plant. One for each member of Sunrise. It's a promise to each of them. promise of vengeance and a promise of transformation.
Zinnia is, I think, floored in this moment at this gesture and this gift. And I think Zinnia almost sounds a little dumbstruck when she says, thank you. I have something for y'all, by the way. And you notice Zinnia has a bit more, like, equipment with her than normal. She packs light normally, but she has a relatively big pack of stuff. And I think she sets it down, almost looks through it for a second, and you see a book on raptors. And as a kind of bookmark, you see a slightly shining marigold. It had been well wrapped, maintained. For her.
Ozzel takes the book, their fingers trembling just slightly, looking at the cover, touching the marigold. And then they turn and look at you, Zynon, and hand the book to you, inviting you to touch this gift as well.
Zynon looks shocked. He didn't expect to feel so known in this moment. That to know Azal well enough to know Doxa is to be known. And he holds it, and his hands shake ever so slightly. But his hands take it with care, tenderness, gratitude. And he nods to you, Zinnia.
She would have loved this. Be safe on your journey.
You too. Both of y'all.
Zinnia,
She looks.
Zynon, who's been watching everyone moving around, all these outriders. Bring them home, yeah?
Of course. Never got to tell you this, but for what it's worth, really glad y'all came back safe.
Glad to be here. Good luck, Agent.
And Zynon, before you turn and approach the outrider that you and Ozzel had picked out, you see them still. They've not left since you noticed them. Sunrise, lingering around Zinnia, full of warmth and love. As it turns out, Libra, Yinghe, Lumira, Seir, and Begun are able to settle. They compromise on a particular outrider, a no-frills, but serviceable and practical dropship that can easily hold all of you, with a little bit of room to spare. And Ozzel and Zynon, on the other hand, get into their skimmer. And with that, these two groups take off across the desiccated wasteland, kicking up massive plumes of dust in your wakes. And for some time, your outriders glide parallel to each other on a shared journey due south. But eventually, as you must, you split off in different directions, cutting your own paths toward the farewells that you owe yourselves, as well as Kaseki, as well as the grief that you will carry within your hearts always. Zynon. Inside the skimmer, which is roughly twice the size of a sedan, It is surprisingly quiet. Even though the landscape beyond the huge panoramic windows races past in a blur, and the repulsion thrusters, you can feel them vibrating underneath your feet. But it's a distant magnetic roar, like the crashing of waves from a shore miles away. Above you, the unlight of oblivion illuminates the control panel, the consoles. You are sitting in one of the pilot's seats, and Ozzel is next to you, sitting in the other. And it's just the two of you. Alone. Together. For the first time in a very, very long time. What's that like for you?
He's already accepted their presence again. His mind no longer poking at the edges, wondering when that's going to fall apart. But the new thing that has replaced that feeling is this goodbye, this slow farewell that has been being sung and spoken, acted on, built. And he can feel all the firsts that they never had before all of this catch up to him. They were gonna get in an Outrider and go to Haruna like everybody else is. That seems normal. And then it hits Zynon about an hour into it, that they've been alone for an hour. But more importantly, that this is the furthest journey in a vehicle on Kaseki he's ever taken. In fact, this is the furthest distance he will ever travel on the surface of Kaseki on roads that he doesn't know ever again. This is the only time he gets to do this. So there is a joy, a savoring, and a sadness to him as he looks around and whistles out the window. Did you ever go out this far?
Things blurred together in the dust. Maybe I've been here before, maybe not.
And you see their leg jittering ever so slightly, though the rest of their body is still. There is a nervous, uncomfortable energy that they're embodying. They look tense inside this vehicle, their eyes flitting at the blurred landscape beyond the window, not with joy and awe and wonder like you, but with suspicion, a tinge of fear.
Shut off world. It was packed. Loud. So loud. Suffocating. And the trip out, it took so long. And it was moving so quickly, and none of us in there. None of us had any control over what it was doing. How fast it was going. Where it was going. Didn't like it. Didn't like it one bit.
Zynon rests a hand between them on a console. An invitation. Not a demand, just a passive statement of fact that he is listening and that he is here. Because, yes, he's enjoying the drive, but he knows where they're going. And he knows that this story has been locked inside of Azalis. And he just wants to be there, because this journey of grief is not alone.
And maybe it's because of the hand that you subtly but meaningfully rest on the console between the two of you. And maybe it's because they're finally sharing this stray observation, this thought that they had all those years ago when they first set foot on the shuttle and locked away and never thought about again until this moment. Or maybe it's both. But as Ozzel continues to talk, the jittering of their leg starts to slow down, and they say,
Riding a raptor. Hell, even taking a cart or train feels different than the shuttle did. Something about being able to feel my own body, control where it goes, what happens to it. But in that shuttle, you can't control nothing. You just gotta pray to ancestors out there. Hope they're listening. But
and at that, their leg finally stops moving. And they say,
being in here is different from the shuttle too. Don't like how high up we are, don't like how fast we're going. But at least we chose to be in here. At least we know where we're going.
It is a little high, isn't it?
Don't mind being high up when it's a mountain or a tree or building even. This
You
ain't
just
right.
want to be under your own power.
Yeah. Trunk of a tree or roots. Talons of a raptor. Something with bones.
Well, ain't gonna have to do this often.
Off-world. This is how all of them travel.
All of
there's a
them?
note of resignation and irritability at that, as Ozzel reflects briefly on their experiences off-world. But then, a light on the console starts to blink. Slowly at first, but very quickly gaining speed. And Ozzel furrows their brow. They lean forward and they fiddle with the console a little bit with a kind of pragmatic knowledge that is interesting to see them wield. They know how to fly this thing. They know how to navigate. And they say,
Telemetric sensors catching something. Seems like gravitic distortions or...
and they lift their eyes up to the window, and they let out a...
Damn. Dust storm.
Shit.
You see it on the distant horizon, brewing. It's not huge. Actually, it is a fraction of the size and, as far as you can tell, the intensity of the ones you've encountered up until this point, but it's still there. Flurries of dust, gusts of wind kicking grist up from the desiccated wasteland. And it is directly in your path. Ozzel hums to himself, wrapping their fingers against the console.
We should land. Don't look that big, but shouldn't take our chances.
Yeah, low visibility seems like a hazard, to say the least.
And the debris. That one don't look strong enough to pick up a house. But many of them are.
And with that, Ozzel begins to land the ship, fiddling with the controls, turning the wheel, and you feel your guts rise a little as it lowers toward the ground, and then eventually lands. Ozzel is careful to dock it close to a large rocky outcropping that blocks the direction of the gusts that are traveling toward you. So if the storm gets worse or joins another, you will at least have a good semblance of shelter. And as Ozzel is busy turning off the controls and settling the Outrider in so you can start hunkering down for however long you need to hunker down for, you see the initial gusts of wind preceding the heart of the storm starting to flow and rush past the windows. But rush isn't quite the right word. It's not vicious. It's not biting. It's just blowing. You see particles of dust fluttering against your windscreen. And you feel something, Zynon, in the dust. Not anything that the telemetric sensors are picking up at all, but you certainly are. A presence? A person? And you hear the sound of something mighty but lightweight, scraping, scratching over the earth. Maybe a dozen feet away from you, maybe only 3 inches away from you. Then you hear the fluttering of feathers.
And the concern that had begun to settle on Zynon's face, that weary habit brought on by surviving the dust and the dust and the dust, shakes off. He knows that pace, that feeling. In fact, he's been following this ghost for a while now. There you are. And he says it out loud, looking out into the dust.
Ozzel looks up as you say that, squinting into the wind, into the dust.
What? Sensors ain't picking anything up.
Yeah. Sensors ain't gonna see shit. You know that thing I said about the ghosts?
Couldn't forget, even if I wanted to.
Sometimes being haunted's real useful. And Zynonesh is going to open the door.
Yeah, as you get up and you start to open up the door, Ozzelise Raid stands up in alarm.
What do you think you're doing?
Look at it. Does this look like a howling, sky-blotting storm to you?
No. But it could turn at any instant.
It could. And he pushes the door open.
Ash!
But as soon as you open the door, you can hear the not screaming or howling of the wind, but the whistling of it, the whispering of it. And it's not huge gouts of dust that pour into the vehicle as soon as you open it, but a couple of little flakes, like the first snowfall of winter, that land on the threshold as you exit the vehicle. And there's nothing Ozzelise Raid can do to stop you, short of physically stopping you, which they seem to consider for half a second as you exit, but then they just thump their fists against the side of the threshold and they go,
Damn. If you get us killed, I'm never forgiving you.
and they hop out of the ship to follow you.
You're just gonna have to haunt me. And he turns towards the dust and lets out the same whistle he used to let out every morning to let the raptors know he was awake and heading in to Muck Stalls.
Your whistle travels through the whispering wind, and you can see them. The talon marks in the dust, right in front of your eyes. Tracks leading you to somewhere, someone. But as soon as your eyes see the tracks, just by coincidence and just by fate, a gentle gust of wind blows over it and covers it up again, giving you just enough track to follow before you have to lift your eyes to the next one. And it's like this, track by track, piece by piece, that you draw closer and closer to that presence you have felt this entire time, but in this particular place, in this particular moment, feels stronger than ever. Another piece of your heart. And then, a few minutes later, not too far from where you've parked and landed the Outrider, both you and Oslis Raid see a silhouette. An actual physical silhouette, not a ghostly one, rise out of the thin dust. And Dom, what do Zynon and Ozzel see of you and your back?
It's a weathered canvas coat, one he hasn't had to wear for any particular reason since, but is useful here having returned. And he stands over a very makeshift metal, plastic, glass monument that is half eaten away, half buried. It's been rubbed clean in the last little while. And in his hand, in the one he didn't lose, rests a small dead recorder. And that's all right, because he can tell this story now. Took you long enough.
Zynon doesn't approach Dom like someone who was punched the last time they saw each other. He walks with love in every step. He knows why we are here. He knows where we're not and can figure the rest out. And that weight that's been hanging above his head finally sinks down into his chest. And he walks closer. Just stands beside you. Beside her.
And Oslis Raid take sentinel on the other side of you, Dom. As they do, they cut eyes between Zynon and Dom, trying to piece together just exactly how Zynon and Esh could have known that he would be here, and then she cuts eyes from Zynon to the marker, to the gravestone. And the beginning of a deeper understanding starts to matriculate on their face. But first, they look back at Dom.
We're here. Late, but found you.
Oh, you are muted.
Interesting.
Oh, I can hear you now.
Fascinating. All right. Yeah, I thought you might. It's kind of funny, isn't it?
Funny how.
Yeah. The closer we get to the end, the nicer the storms are.
Well, this one was real kind.
Yeah. Almost unfair. The first one that hit took her. when I left, I found her 5 days out. She didn't even make it a week. And whatever it was that got her quick. So that's that, I suppose. And he reaches up to cradle that bandolier he carries. I carry 6 because she carried 6. She never got one off.
The pain on Ozzel's face is so visceral and enlightening. And they say,
Unfair ain't even the start of it. I wandered in this damn dust for longer than I can even remember, and I never found her. I never knew what happened to her. Not really.
Yeah.
For all the unended endings that Zaynanesh has found here, this real ending, the closing of a book, one titled Lightning, seems cruel, harsh. She was the fastest, the most vibrant, and you can see it hit him like a punch. And he just puts a hand on Dom's shoulder, squeezes.
I tried to bring her back. Got hit by the same thing that hit her. Courtesy of this, I guess. I made it out. There was a group of survivors nearby. They took me in, helped me bury her. And when I was 5 months later, when I was good enough to leave, they did the courtesy of only trying to talk me out of it once. And they loaded me up with masks, medicine, food. A week out from Lodestar. And I walked into the dust, and a week later I was in Rausu.
You
Never
never
made
made
it
it
back.
back.
Still haven't seen it yet.
Zaynan, a heaviness begins to settle over this moment, over the monument, the grave to Piera. The grave to Piera. And you see her. Translucent. Ghostly. An echo, a fragment, a memory of the warmth of her skin, the freckles like stars, those pitch black scleras lingering atop that gravestone. She's sitting on the marker of her own death. Has been this whole time. Not just tied to this place. Tied to each of you. Tied to that bandolier that Dom carries with him always. And this whole time, as Dom's been talking, she's been nodding along. Fickle grin on her mouth. Wry kind of, yep, that happened to me. And the heaviness, doesn't seem to touch her. Or rather, it don't seem to fit her.
Zynon stops looking at the dirt, where at some point Dom and people that he now knows their faces, Kyrie and Tamina.
Yeah.
That folds them in like family. These other people that he just met. He stops looking there, and he looks to the headstone just above it. And this feeling, this seed, deep inside of Zynon Esh, a flower placed there, waiting to bloom. A cherry blossom. One planted in the dirt in the city of heaven at the end of a funeral. Grows. Because Zynon thought all funerals looked like this. People standing, staring around in the dirt. You open a box of fireflies that we certainly don't have here no more. And you cry. But even in Zynon's living experience before the dust, not every sad story had that kind of grief in it. And here she is, the very face of it. That shit-kicking grin on her face stirs a memory inside of Zynon of dancing through the streets of the city of heaven. And he smiles at Pyrrha's ghost, because oh, does he have a funeral for her. And Zynon Esh, calling on the memory of the music of the city of gods, and the memory of 1,000 nights in taverns, drinking and laughing. He can remember Pyrrha 1,000 times saying that she was going to die with her boots on. She sure did. And Zynon remembers that she would never once be sorry for doing it. And so from the dust, Zynon remembers that bell that he summoned to distract our glass-tail butterfly friends. And he evokes a memory from Izakaya at the shores of the Haruna. And he goes looking for a fiddle. For the very spirit of the rabble-rousers of Kesagi.
And from the whispering wind, from the sparse dust that doesn't bite at your hair and clothes so much as graze it like a gentle parting touch, you hear it. At first, a single draw of a bowstring across catgut, and then more and more and more of it becoming livelier and livelier as you pull on the sounds of the city of heaven's funereal procession, and you weave it in with the sounds from your own life, your own past, your own now, your own future. And the echo of the city of heaven's songs blends in with the echo of Pyrrha's favorite drinking song, of which she had many, but there was one in particular, of course, that she favored, and the noise of the fiddle grows louder and louder and louder and more raucous, and even though Dom and Azalis Raid can't exactly hear this in the same viscosity, the same volume, the same clarity as you can, you know that you are the psychopomp of ghosts. You are the bridge between mortals and the afterlife. You are the flesh that binds spirit and life and death together. The profane emptiness and fullness that occludes and covers both realms. So tell me, Zain and Esh, how do you bring these songs, bring these memories, bridge them together into life, into this moment, through your body, your voice, your vocal cords, your stomping feet?
He starts with a yo! Ha! He just leans his head back and yells like he woulda late at night, drunk in the streets. And with that, he begins to clap his hands, stomp his feet, move his body, because this grief is for Pyrrha. Our quick shot, our whip smart, throw caution to the wind person who taught Zaidanesh how to be brave.
And you can hear it, the bottoms of drinking glasses thumping against the tabletop of a beat-up tavern bar. And you hear, oh, I knew a girl from Mokuge, long black hair in a fancy braid. I knew a girl from Mokuge who liked to sip on wine. I knew a girl from Mokuge. She said I was her finest lay. I knew a girl from Mokuge but had to rob her blind. Bang, bang, she shot at me, but I was out the door. I got into my getaway, 'cause that's what friends are for. Bang, bang, she shot at me, 'cause I made her blue. She's a girl from Mokuge, but I'm an outlaw true. Yeah, she's a girl from Mokuge, and I raised an outlaw too. And as you sing and you stomp your feet and you holler, Dom and Ossel, well, at least for Ossel, they can't help but join. In the middle of it, Pietra's favorite drinking song, not just the girl from Mokuge, but her version of it, her little additional quips, and that line at the end, that she'll always add for Doxa every time.
Dom's not a good dancer. It's never stopped him trying, but here he listens. And he looks at that dead recorder in his hands. I guess I won't be needing this, Firefly. They know you just as well as I do. And he chucks it into the dust by the marker and leaves it there before turning around and oh my god, I'm gonna hate saying this, pounding his fist on 1 and 3.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yep.
Oh, buddy.
No.
But it's
that tracks.
so Dom.
Oh,
Oh,
buddy.
it's
Oh, that
so
tracks.
Dom.
Somewhere across Kaseki, Lumira shudders.
Pietra's ghost is kicking her feet. She's hopped off of her gravestone. She's dancing with the rest of you, laughing and hollering in a voice that sounds so far away and yet so close to your heart. And even Ossel, they have to do it for Pietra, because you know it. All of you know it. This is what Pietra would have wanted. This is the right way to mourn her, the right way to remember her. And as soon as you bring the memory of her favorite drinking song into reality, Zainin, it's like you break a dam. And everything just comes flowing out. The hollering, the stomping, and yes, the alcohol, the drink. Because when you're done with this round of singing, it is Azalis Raid who pauses, their duster flapping in the gentle breeze. They reach into a pocket and they pull out a small bottle that has not been unsealed since Ozalise Raid first got their hands on it. And they say,
Well, damn. I've been meaning to save this for. Don't know exactly what. Shooting Buddha, I guess. But Lightning would appreciate this. Always have
Silver
good
Tongue, where'd you
taste.
get that?
You don't want to know.
and also cracks the seal open and starts pouring it for Pieta.
Zynon smiles. And the grief, the joy, the love of this incredible woman just comes flowing out of him. And as he is dancing and singing and whooping and actually hitting the beat, sorry, Dom,
Yeah.
he's also crying. But it feels so good. Because, yes, the past was home. But the whole time he was back there, all he wanted was this. They had their tomorrows. Hers ended here. But ours, the three of us, this is the one that he was looking for.
Dom, quickly realizing that he's not as fun to have around in that exact moment, does what he used to do, but chooses it this time. He takes a seat, leans by the marker, rests his shoulder on it, and sitting inches away from a ghost he'll never know was there. Love you, Firefly.
The storm rolls through as the three of you sit and stand and talk and drink. And talk some more and drink some more and sing occasionally and reminisce. And time passes. How much? It's not important. The time passes as the three of you remember Pieta. And you drink to her memory. Drink to who she was. What she stood for. Kind of music she liked. Kind of girls she liked. Kind of boys she liked. And eventually, as the last of the drink starts to dwindle down, which, in any moment up until this point, perhaps Ozalise Raid would have considered a waste of provisions, even alcohol. But in this moment, no. No. They know, and as do all of you, that this is the way provisions were meant to be spent. Not even in the most dire of circumstances, especially in the most dire of circumstances. And then the dust, it's not as thick as it was, even though it wasn't very thick to begin with. And the wind isn't as loud as it was, even though it weren't that loud to begin with either. Ozzo's sitting at this point, nursing that almost empty bottle of whiskey that did taste very, very, very good. But they don't say,
Well, we should get going.
and they don't stand and walk toward the Outrider. Perhaps a past version of them would have. But in this moment, they just look at Dom, and they wait for as long as Dom needs.
Zynon does the same. He sits there. He enjoys sitting in the dust for once. It doesn't feel like misery and like a time unknown left in the howling gales has taken them. Just like they're home on a dusty day. And Zynon, when he waits, he sees the man that Pieta always described as strong, caring, smart, and always had a hard time and needed a nudge into the fight. But now they've both learned to move, because here he is.
Dom pulls his coat aside, and past the oversized revolver he carries, he reaches behind him, pulls out a smaller one. It's been lovingly maintained, though it's never been shot since. And he walks over to the marker, turning it over in his hands. Smiles, puts it back, tucks it under his coat again. Well, you led me where I needed to go. I'm gonna borrow this a little longer. Maybe it'll help everyone else. All right. Let's go. Let's go.
Zynon, Zynon pats Dom on the back, but his feet don't move until Dom's do.
Oh, now you guys are following me. And Dom walks toward the Outrider.
And as soon as your feet move, as soon as you're ready, and you lead the way, Ozzel, too, takes that first step alongside you, Zynonesh. Walking away from that monument of glass and metal, but not walking away from Piera. You couldn't, even if you wanted to. She's with all of you always. The dust swirls faintly. And when it clears, we see Tower 19. Looming tall, tall, tall into the sky. Exactly the same as when we last saw it. We pan down from where Oblivion's undark eye swallows almost the entire horizon to the base of Tower 19 to find 3 graves.
It feels, for a second, like I'm having that dream again. But it's real as it gets. The first grave marker is made of stone. She is steadfast and strong. She is the tallest of the 3, driven deep into the earth to stand watch until the end. The second grave marker is made of stone, and fair is patient and reserved. There is a crack in their base where a crawling monarch once made its nest, but no longer. Third grave. Third grave is made of stone, and he is spirited and true, honest to a fault, the relic of a hope long gone. He was always the smallest of the 3, and the hole that they make inside of my heart is the deepest. There are no names, no inscriptions, but that is etched into my soul. Here lies Sunrise, fallen heroes of Kaseki.
Zinnia, you stand before them. And beside you stand Libra, Bagoon, and Strike Team Nova. Looking at these graves for the first time in a very long time. In the flesh, in the physical world, the waking world, not the world of your dreams. looking at these graves with your left and right hands beside you, and Nova standing close by as well. How do they appear to you?
It feels almost like plain. It is dealing with the mythic and finding reality in its wake. These are just graves, and they carry so much, but these aren't the waking nightmares that they've been for so long for Zinnia. These are where the people she loves are.
And as you stand there, looking at these pillars of stone that don't loom like insurmountable walls in the psychic landscape of your subconscious, or like jagged spears that pierce your heart in the depths of your nightmares. They're just there, waiting for you to talk to them.
I think Zinnia very carefully puts down her bags. I think she reaches into her pack and pulls these 3 simple marigolds. They still have that hint of shine, a little bit of a magical sheen on them as she sort of makes her introduction. Hey y'all. I'm sorry it's been a hot minute since I've been by. It's been difficult. But there were some folks I needed y'all to meet. Everybody. And I think she gestures. First one. This is Cherry. Cherrywood if you're formal. This is Sochi. And this is Juniper. I thought it was important for y'all to get a chance to meet them, and it just meant a lot to me. I think she places the marigolds down one by one by one. And I think gives everyone the chance to introduce themselves if they like.
Thayer feels so much standing before these graves, but this, I think, is the first time he has actually looked at them. Their shape, their sizes. Before, in his mind, they all were around the same height, with the names of Lumira, Zynon, and Yinghe carved upon them. Not Juniper, not Sochi, not Cherry. They were his waking nightmares of his own making. And he was a very, very different man than he is right now. And in the midst of all of that, like a wolf fading beyond the light of a campfire, Thayer feels it, that haunting shame of a sin that he had committed after seeing these graves. But Thayer now steps forward, eyes straight ahead, even though he feels the thin, gangly presence behind him of a thread he once severed. I'm Thayer. I think you are my seniors. From Strike Team Nova. And he looks at Zinnia almost like asking permission. He has a little bundle inside of a pouch that he's been carrying. May I?
She nods.
He unfurls the little pouch, and on the inside, made out of folded sheets of metal, probably from the debris of the construction of the ship, he has folded little images of the sun, just sitting above a line representing the horizon, and he kneels down by these graves and just very gingerly places them like he's lighting an oil lamp at the base of each of these gravestones. And as he does so, he dusts his hands off and looks at them and mumbles very quietly to himself. I'm sorry I didn't really look at you before. But I remember you now. Always. And he steps aside, retreats closer towards Lumira before giving her forearm a little squeeze.
Unlike Sayir, Lumira remembers these gravestones perfectly. Sometimes her photographic memory is sometimes a blessing and a curse. And it's these three graves specifically that, coming here again, she realizes was the match to a flame that burned through all of this, for good or for bad. And that's her reckoning. That's her weight to carry. That's her mistake, her misjudgment. But it's not about her right now. It's about Sunrise. It's about Kaseki. It's about everything that's laying here in the dirt and the dust, and everything that will be beyond this. So she leaves Sayir's shadow and walks over to the graves. She has to reckon with this. No, she didn't necessarily have a hand in what brought this here, what brought Kaseki so far outside of the journey and fate's will that we're sitting here, but she would be a fool to ignore the part that she played in it, losing the remaining time that it had left. It sits in her stomach like a rock. It's uncomfortable. It's jarring. And it shakes her in a way that even having her powers locked from her didn't unravel. This is new for her. She makes mistakes. She knows she makes mistakes. But none quite like this. She's got to sit with that. So she does. She sits at the base of these 3 graves in silence. Her hands, both hands now, are full of dirt. At first, she thought to sprinkle the dirt on each of the graves, but I think their spirits have felt enough of the dust. So instead, she places each handful of dust on top of the graves, securing it in firmly, steadily, like it's the only thing that could keep them tethered here. I am so sorry. That I almost made this for nothing. Your sacrifice was almost in vain. She shudders for a second, knowing how close she was to that completely coming to fruition. But as long as there is breath in my body, it won't ever be. Kiseki and this mission will live on far past oblivion. Far past you or me or anyone else. And she says this boldly, loudly. Her voice cracks a bit, but it still comes just as natural as breathing, as if she's been doing it her entire life, and realistically enough, not just a couple of months. As sure as my name is Mira Ashiniobi Osupa Feron, Kiseki and all others like her will live eternally. She kisses her teeth and scrambles slowly up from where she sat at the base of these graves and stands there. And she holds that weight, saying her name, her full name, out loud. And this feels like a rebirth her soul was primed for. She steps back.
And it is Yinghe who steps forward next, kneeling in front of all 3 graves, respectfully as they would in front of any ancestral shrine in any shaded temple of their own home. And Lumira and Sayir, you watch them perform a series of somatic gestures you've never seen them perform before until this moment, accompanied by few low murmuring phrases in a language that is not familiar to either of you, but sounds a little bit like the language of the gods from the city of heaven. And it's clear to anyone, even though the specific gestures may not be the same, that this is a grief ritual. A series of gestures one might bid to ancestors, or gods, or heroes, those who have passed, who were important to the person honoring them now in life. And when Yinghe lifts their head and rests their silvery gaze on all three graves, they simply say, "When I first met Strike Team Nova, I realized what I wanted to do, who I wanted to become. Someone who helped other people. A hero, I suppose. Meeting you for the first time here. Seeing your graves without really knowing your stories. It made me realize something in the same way that meeting Strike Team Nova helped me realize. Which is, the better future has to be fought for. And it has to be paid for in blood. I wish it didn't have to be yours. But thank you anyway. You'll never be forgotten." And they rise and take their place beside you, Lumira, and Sayir, nodding, and then turning their head towards the entrance to Tower 19. The kind of meaningful look in Zinnia's direction, and kind of shared, unvoiced knowledge of the sacredness of privacy for Zinnia and her left and right hands. And sunrise. And with that, Sayir, Lumira, and Yinghe, the three of you, progress your way into Tower 19. Zinnia, as for Libra and Begoun beside you, it's Begoun who steps up first. And he says, "I never got to know any of you in person. But the fact that you meant so much, and mean so much still, to Zinnia, who's one of the best people I've ever met, says a lot about each of you. And what you've done, what you've sacrificed. For Kesuke. For Apis Fuyumi. You would have made damn good tears. I'm no stranger to losing people in the fight. As we struggle for a better future. For a world that all of us know is possible. It still hurts every time. But that's the least we, as the living, owe to y'all. Is to feel the hurt. Carry it with us. Remember it, always. Begoun takes a step back. And now Libra steps forward. Says, "Shit, can't believe I have to follow all that up. Damn, well, Begoun said what I was gonna say. So, that, but also... I really wish I could have shared a drink with each of y'all. Miss Cherrywood. Mixoshi. Mr. Juniper. Thanks for taking care of Zinnia. She's got other folks to take care of her now. But needed y'all to get here. And that is a debt I can never repay. But with every bullet I fire and sink into the skull of the Lord, and with each new planet and home and community that we're able to liberate together, hopefully piece by piece, we can even the scales. Thank you. And Libra takes a step back as well. And it's just the three of you.
Zinnia takes a second. I think even out here in the weather, in the dust, it feels still in a way that she is not quite used to. But she thinks if there's any time, this is the time, where she removes her cloak and lets her arms out. She showcases the tattoos, the love letters she has to the family she doesn't get to see anymore. The cherrywood tree in a field of marigolds, the twin daggers crossed upon each other, these little love letters to Sunrise. I think she gets down on one knee in front of Cherry's grave. Cherry, I need to start by apologizing to you. In the chaos of the dust and our arrival, I don't think I've ever properly grieved you as I did the others. Part of me always thought you'd manage to make your way out of the dust and find us. If anyone could have, it would have been you. You were always so strong, it felt like you could have survived anything. If anyone else could have made the journey to this place, it would have been you. In your absence, I've gotten strong, not just physically. I learned what it meant to be strong for others, to be the bulwark they need. You loved saying bulwark. To be the shoulder they cry on, to be the beacon in the dust. It's funny, I think I understand you more now than I ever did when I was younger. I love you. Thank you so much for all the lessons. And I think with that marigold placed, she presses her forehead to the tombstone. Just a little declaration of love. And I think her composure gets a little worse as she moves over to the next one. Still on one knee with the respect that Sochi deserves. Sochi, we did it. We're saving so much of Kaseki, and giving the rest of it the kind of ending it deserves. I think you'd be proud of the work we've done. To be fair, I think you'd be proud no matter how far I got. You always treated me and Junie like the kids you didn't have. And you were always like a mother to me. You helped guide me, helped me grow, helped me find resolve in myself I didn't always know I had. You gave me your song, and I carry it with me every day. I don't think there hasn't been a day since I lost you that I haven't sung one of your songs. I'm finally starting to share them with others. Bigoon here loves the lullaby. I think he would have loved cooking, singing, and just talking to you. First stop the tears, and then all of Apis Fiyumi will know your songs, feel your magic. I love you. As your little devil always holds you in my heart. The last one. She presses her forehead towards Sochi's grave as well, that single marigold left, and moves to Juniper's. And she doesn't kneel. She sits cross-legged like two kids, sharing stories. She fiddles with her ring for a second. Junie, I'm sorry I lied to you that day. You probably already knew I'd never had a good poker face, but I just knew I couldn't leave Keswick to the dust. I knew I couldn't let your story end like that. I knew I wanted your sacrifice to mean something. I hated what those last few days did to you. Took so much of your smile, your hopes, your dreams. So I held on to all of those for you. Your story became our story, and your dreams were always intertwined with mine. So I was going to be your hope, even when you had none left to give. It's weird. It's strange being older than you. I'd never thought I'd be this far along in my life without you. Honestly, you'd probably make fun of me for being this twisted up about you, even after all this time. Thinking about it, I do owe you another apology. I'm sorry I never told you I loved you, but I think you knew that too. You were my first everything, and I keep your heart right next to mine every day. She holds that ring and squeezes it real hard for a moment. I ended up being lucky enough to fall in love again to Libra over there. And to be honest, I don't think you two would like each other at all. You probably hate each other. There's too much of the same stuff in the both of you. However, I think the one thing you two could agree on is that you both love me. They're keeping a good eye on me. Cover each other's backs perfectly, and we've saved each other's lives more times than we can count. So I'm in good hands. The entirety of the tears help keep me going, keep me together. They're kind of like the syndicate. We go from place to place, and we help those who need it. Don't want another Keswick to happen. I've managed to be kind of important there, which means we made it. We're legends. Because I couldn't have made it this far without you. Thank you for being my fire, my love, my oldest friend, for giving me every ounce of your stubbornness. It saved my life more times than I can tell. And she presses her forehead there on that gravestone for a little bit longer than the others, mutters something softly, and presses her fingers to it. And you feel a slight murmuring, a slight humming of thrumming of magic in the air, as I think you see a small little inscription, not words, but a simple heart made on the stone in front.
As you converse with each member of Sunrise, Libra and Bagoon beside you, smiling at your words, tears welling at others. Libra snorts in agreement about that comment about Juniper. And when you're done inscribing the heart, the three of you take some time to settle in around the graves, set up shop here, set up camp. And Bagoon turns to you as this occurs, and he says, "So, how did you all first meet anyway?" And as you start to respond to him and all of the other questions both him and Libra will foist upon you because they want so desperately to know so much about these people who meant the world to you and who still do. Just like Bao Bao, you could sense me crying. Oh, Mr. Man. Okay. We pan into the interior of Tower 19. Lumira and Sayir. The tower is exactly as you left it. As soon as you walk into the first room, it's like you stepped back in time. There's a thicker layer of dust in the air now, yes, but everything else on all 3 levels are undisturbed. The journals, the dog-eared books, the birding logs, the maps with handwritten notes scrawled across them, ones that were too big for Zion to take. The mug with the inscription on the bottom from a friend who is no longer here. And of course, the tape recordings. What parts of the tower call to each of you? Let's start with Sayir.
There are 2 main ones, Hosea. Sorry, I need to get my voice back.
Take your time.
There are 2 parts in the tower that Sayir is drawn to. And they are anything that has the touch from the operator, the mug, and the tape recordings. And as he marches around this place that is untouched, yet so full of everything from last time, I think Sayir picks up that mug and looks at the inscription at the bottom. And it's so personal. A hand lovingly held this. The operator in their day-to-day life. And then he looks at the sporadic mess of everything, of the tape recorders, the different areas that the operator would have recorded in between birding logs, conversations with another tower, what was happening to Keseki in real time. And as Sayir kind of like sits with all of this, he thinks on the operator. He thinks of all those memories. And he thinks of a moment when he turned away from Yinghe. And I think as he's holding this mug and holding a cassette, putting things aside to be archived, he turns to Yinghe, who is undoubtedly thumbing through the massive collection of records that this operator had, their excellent tastes in music. And Sayir walks up to Yinghe. Mug, tape recorders in hand. As he shuffles up to them. You were going to show me something before. What was it?
Music. This one. And Yinghe pulls out one of the records in particular. And the album, the sleeve of it, depicts a bird in flight against the triple suns of Keseki. Not a photograph, an illustration. Some might consider it kitsch, a little corny. The usage of rather blocky shapes for an animal that should be elegant, very bright colors, but it perfectly matches the mug in your hand.
Hey, would you look at that?
They say you shouldn't judge a book by its cover, but I rather like this cover. Didn't get the chance to listen to this one. Nor any of these. I think the music of Operator 19 and Keseki is is important for Sorrel and the archive crew to have too. In addition to all of the weather reports and logs and communications.
Yeah.
This is just as important.
And I think their voice, their thoughts, Sorrel would eat this up, and I'd like for Power 19's operator's voice to continue somehow with us.
It will. We'll never let the signal die out.
Yinghe? I didn't mean to turn away from you before.
Huh. I appreciate that. I know things were hard for you. Hard for all of us. Me as well. Still, I appreciate that.
Sayer, excuse me. I
And
don't mean
Sayer-
to interrupt, but
Puts his hand in his pocket and lifts it up to his face. Yes, Oracle.
can we please go to the broadcast room now?
All right. And Sayer smiles at Yinghe and holds the Oracle very softly and gently as they climb up towards the broadcast room. You feeling all right, Oracle?
Yeah. I will.
And as you ascend the ladder up to the broadcast room, you pan back down through one of the windows of the rooms, past an old and long unused bantam bird nest on one of the outlying struts, to find you, Lumira. What areas of the tower are you most drawn to? And how are you facing your ghost here? The ghost of your former self haunting this space as you make your way through the radio tower with your photographic memory. You see and remember in perfect detail the rooms you explored, the objects you picked up and interacted with. And, of course, you can remember, perhaps with more detail, that would lean this toward being a curse more so than a blessing, the emotions that you felt as you learned about what happened to this place, and of course the actions that it drove you to take. So where in this tower do we find you? And what objects are you collecting for the archive?
We find her in the living space. Just kind of making a slow circumnavigation around the room, recalling bits and pieces of things that she saw the first round, but holds a bit more weight now, considering the circumstances. You probably see streaks in the dust from where her fingertips ran along the edges of bookshelves and tables and counters, rubbing your fingertips in between themselves, because while she is observing, that's still is a bit of sensory overload for her, so she can't help but try to clear her fingers, but continues to do it anyway, almost as if it's soothing to an extent. And then she thinks about things that are considered important. And you leave from a place that doesn't really give you time to prep to leave beforehand. What are the things that you grab that are important? She glances over her shoulder briefly to see Sayer and Yinghe just looking through things. She trusts the both of them enough to grab things of importance. She will verbalize that of things that are important. Grab journals, grab artwork, music, anything along the lines of that. The things that preserve culture. And then she thinks about it. Science has to be preserved just as much as culture does, as much as language, as much as music. So she gravitates towards the weather logs, the bird manuals, things like that. Somewhere along there's got to be signs, there's got to be patterns, there's got to be something that was there that wasn't there before and became bigger than anything anyone else could have thought of before it was too late. Maybe in the midst of all of this, there's warnings. Red flags that some people have overlooked. Someone in retrospect can look back on and follow the steps. Maybe there's something here so that this doesn't have to happen again. So
As you
that's
collect-
where she is.
As you collect this extremely valuable data, the weather logs, the climate reports, we find you in the records room as you're compiling and sifting through documents. Not too far from where we see a shattered holopad from where you had destroyed it, cracked it. And the data that still lingers inside its broken battery pack. Transmissions from Tower 19 to the Galactic Council itself, transmissions of environmental reports that had been dismissed for years and years and years until they culminated into a mandatory evacuation notice. And at the time, of course, the rage that had coursed through you, that had driven you ultimately to Vault. Now, we see you performing a different action, a perhaps even more necessary one.
Becoming
To
myself.
That's right. That's right. Becoming the person that you've always been, the person you were always meant to be, someone who could save in equal measure as someone who could destroy. And what that saving looks like, you now have so much clarity on.
It's all about balance. She sees that now.
We pan up now into the broadcast room, where you and the Oracle and Yikua see it. You see her. Strike Team Sunrise's Oracle. Still plugged into the console, faintly glowing even after all these years. it still has power, has been the thing, the source of energy, the spark of life and hope that keeps Tower 19 transmitting. And Sayer, as you draw closer to Sunrise's oracle, you can feel your own oracle in the palm of your hand swivel and fix its lens in the direction of its sibling. And it says,
Oh, there you are. Seer, can you please lower me so we're eye to eye?
Okay. Sarah does exactly that.
Oh, look at you. You've worked so hard for so long, sister. But it's time. It's time for you to come home. There's one more thing you and I have to do. And then you can rest. I promise. Seer, if you could unplug her.
Okay. And Sayer looks towards the other oracle, Sunrise's oracle. Very gingerly, gently unplugs her.
there's a little bit of a beep as the light pulses briefly from around the lens of this oracle, and it fades down as it's no longer actively pumping energy into the tower. And you can feel it in the palm of your other hand, Sayer. There's still a small spark of life in it. And your oracle says to Sunrises,
It's nice to meet you. I'm Nova's oracle. I'm not really like the others, but we're siblings because we both came from the Prime Oracle, from Mama. I guess technically this one is a sibling too, because he also came from Mama. But he's not an orb like us. But that's okay. We can forgive him for that, kind of.
Sayer raises an eyebrow at being spoken to in the third person like this. But there's something that he chews on from the Oracle's revelations. He too came from the Prime Oracle.
All right, then. His pockets are pretty comfy, so you don't have to worry about that. Okay, Seer. Sunrise and I are ready.
Is that how you speak to your brother? Alright, come on.
and Sayer,
And
you
Sayer.
slip Sunrise's oracle into your other pocket. You turn, and you descend from the console room after grabbing what you need to grab from it. You find Lumira. Take what you need from the tower. And together, you, Lumira, and Yinghua, and your oracle, and Sunrises, climb back down toward the base of the radio tower, toward the 3 graves of Sunrise. And we're gonna go to break there. Thank you all so much for tuning in so far. We are gonna be back in just about 10 minutes. Please take a bio break, stretch, take a second, get some water, get a snack, and we will see you soon for the last half of the last stream of Arc 4. Bijou bijou. Connie time. Arc 4 is proudly sponsored by Hero Forge, a website where you can design and print your very own custom miniatures. But you already knew that, didn't you? Because the spectacular Hero Forge has sponsored us every single arc so far. We've stuck together through all sorts of exciting updates, like Hero Forge Pro, statuettes, color printed plastic, premium plastic, but now, it's time. It's time for one of the most exciting Hero Forge updates ever. Custom dice. Hero Forge is now offering 3D printed custom dice, where you can put literally anything into the clear material of the die. Each die is printed in the same layers as the item or character bust inside of it, resulting in a solid, perfectly weighted chunk of math rock. You decide the size, color, and shape of your die, the size and color of the numbers on top, and, of course, what the die contains.
Put a frog in it.
Don't die-lay. Visit bit.ly/transforge to design your very own custom miniature or custom dice today. Hello, Transplay nerds. You know what time it is. Sponsor Connie Time. For Arc 4, we're collaborating with the Working Families Party, who are building a multiracial coalition of working class people to make our communities a better place to live for everyone. You might be thinking, why does a political party care about a queer tabletop show? As it turns out, the Working Families Party believes in the power of fandom to effect positive political change in the real world. So do we. As a Transplay nerd, you're no stranger to just how political our show can be and how our stories are never just fiction. In fact, let's take an action together right now by signing a petition by the Working Families Party to break up big media companies. This cause means a lot to us personally as indie actual play performers fighting censorship, telling authentic stories, and resisting authoritarianism. Go to bit.ly/WFPtrans and add your name to the list. By signing this petition, you will join the Working Families Party's mailing list and receive opportunities to help them organize, educate, and fundraise. So let's build a better future together. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the back half of the finale of Arc 4 of the Chaos Protocol. As usual, before we get back into it, a reminder of content warnings for this particular session. We are a dark fantasy actual play series that deals with content that may be triggering for some viewers. So content warnings for this particular session may include fantasy violence, grief, mourning, funerals, death of loved ones, ghosts, complex relationships, survival and scarcity, environmental collapse, apocalypse, classism, surrealism, space, storms, alcohol, food, guns as weaponry, youth in dangerous situations, and candid discussions of the loss of children. No youth will be harmed in this or any other Chaos episode. As always, if you're in the Twitch chat, you can use !CW to get a look at these content warnings at any time. Alternatively, if you're in the YouTube Live, our incredible mods will be copying and pasting these content warnings in the chat intermittently. So if you're ever in doubt, you can always just scroll back up through chat history and take a look at our content warnings. Lovely. Okay. With that out of the way, let's get right back into the session. Sayer and Lumira. You exit Tower 19 to find Zinnia, Begun, and Libra settling in for a meal. The noise of casual conversation drifts over a gentle breeze. This entire time, Begun and Libra have been asking Zinnia questions about Sunrise. How Cherry met Sochi, what their first mission as a strike team was like together, what Zinnia admired most about Juniper. Here, by the grave markers, past and present meet. A campfire crackles. A real, actual campfire, lined with scavenged stones and fueled by wood from the garden's stores. Rich smoke rises into the sky and vanishes against the lightless underbelly of the empty. Zinnia. As Sayer and Lumira approach the campfire alongside Yinghua, what do they smell from your cooking?
There is a harmony of a variety of different spices. It is stew. It is the smell of stew. In fact, not just stew, it is gumbo. And it is a nice, hearty gumbo. You can smell the different ingredients all mixing together, and it's beautiful and tastes so good. And you know that just by smelling it alone. It's familiar, I think, to Lumira especially.
There's a hint of a smile. A deep familiarity when Lumira smells the peppers and onions and all the different fragrances that remind her of Miss Lisa, the one of the cooks at Trans that knows just how she likes her gumbo made. Nobody else knows to make the roux dark but her. The roux's never dark enough whenever someone else makes it. But Miss Lisa, she gets it right every time. So when Lumira smells that, she can't help her eye kind of quirks over into the pot, taking a look at what the color of the gumbo is looking like. And when she sees it's just as dark as chocolate, she smiles. A little bit of home outside of it.
think at seeing the rest of Nova make their way down and out of the tower, Zinnia chimes up, almost more spirited than you've seen her before. I made some dinner for everybody. I thought after a day like today we could use some food, and I happen to know my way around cooking a little bit.
More than me. And Lumira sits down. She mumbles that quietly, but it's still loud enough for you or anyone close to hear. Nova knows she should be nowhere near a kitchen.
Sayer looks at you with like glittering eyes. The food smells amazing, and he kind of like peers similarly over the pot close to you, as if trying to, with his eyes, study and drink in not only the flavors of the food, but also how it is made and cooked.
I have a recipe written down. Got it from, I can make sure you got it. Woman named Miss Lisa, her and her wife Trudy, taught me how to make it when I was younger.
Sayer smiles, says, "Please, thanks."
Yeah, of course. And like there is a small journal that she, I think, produces, and I think it is kind of funny looking at the cover of it, because it is in a much cuter handwriting than you would expect for Zinnia. Definitely a relic of who she is and who she was. Just says Zinnia's cookbook. She hands it to Sayer, offers it anyway.
I'll make a copy. Thank you.
Of course. Don't worry about it. Anyway, y'all need to eat. It's been a while, and I think something like this will be nice and hearty for us.
Thank you.
Don't mind if I do.
It smells delicious. And Lumira, Sayer, and Yinghe, they settle in around the fire and help themselves to the gumbo. And for Sayer and Lumira, oh my gosh, it tastes so good. And it tastes like home. Exactly like the Syndicate. Almost like you never left. And Sayer, from your pocket, not the one that your oracle is in, but the one that Sunrise's oracle is in, you feel a slight whirring and a feeble but insistent chirping. It wants to be taken out.
All right. Pushes the Sunrise Oracle out. Zinnia?
Yeah.
The
He
oracle
holds out the
rotates
oracle.
on Sayer's hand to showcase its lens, cracked but still functional, and swivels it in your direction, Zinnia. And in a faint voice crackling through the static of its oracular speakers, you hear your oracle say, "Greetings, Zinnia. It has been some time."
It is like seeing a ghost. And I think Zinnia stops and doesn't move for a second. She has to process what is in front of her, and like that this is her Sunrise's oracle. This is the final member of Strike Team Sunrise. And she, I think, looks at Sayer and says, Can I hold her?
Of course. He hands it over.
I think Zinnia puts it very gingerly in her lap, kind of keeps it close to her as she's sitting there eating. Thank you. And I think she softly, no, not softly. I think she looks to the entire group. This little guy, and she says it with a slight chuckle. Another member of Sunrise. Helped us a lot, and honestly kept that tower going for a lot longer than I think any of us thought was possible. Every one of us were a fighter.
Libra lowers their gaze to look at this droid, this spherical object, this oracle, with deep seriousness and gravitas on their face. And they kind of like lean down so they're eye to eye with the oracle, and they say, "Hey, Sphere. Oracle. Thanks." And that's when Bagoon, looking around at everyone sharing a meal, the best use of resources, yet again, in a place like this, in a time like this. And he begins to sing. Sweet dreams will carry you home. Sweet dreams, no matter where you roam. Softly on little wings, my precious little dove. Forever you return to me, warmed by my love. Sweet dreams will carry you home. Sweet dreams, no matter where you roam. And if fate should will one day that we must part, turn your face to sunny skies. I live on in your heart. Sweet dreams will carry you home. Sweet dreams, no matter where you roam. Time now to fly away, my precious little dove. Remember me and don't forget, you will always be loved. Remember me and don't forget, you will always be loved. And as the last note from Bagoon's version of Sochi's song rings out across the fire, a glint from behind him catches your eye, Zinnia. There's something poking out of the now shallow dust by the graves. No, specifically by one of the graves, Cherry's grave. And you see, impossibly, how could you have missed this earlier? But it's there, the corner of her shield, the wind itself, Keseki itself, Cherry herself, revealing it to you.
Zinnia, there's no grace, there's no elegance in the way that Zinnia moves to grab this. It is like reaching to grab a mirage, and miraculously it is real. She, I think, looks around as if this is a gift from the universe, as if maybe, just maybe, Cherry and the rest of Sunrise are around. And like holds it close to her heart before, I think, trying to wear it, put it on, like hold it as a shield is meant to be held. And for the first time ever, it fits. And I think she looks at it and she knows that's not what it's for anymore. And I think to the people sitting around, I think she manifests from her bag a marker of some sort and offers for everyone to sign it. A sort of makeshift crest of the tears, and I think a love letter to Sunrise and Keseki.
And Zinnia, as you excavate this shield from the shallow dust, fit it against your form, hug it now closely to you. It's not that the shield itself has gotten smaller. You've just grown into it. And seeing these folk sitting around the campfire, sharing stories about those who have passed, about what the world used to be like, what the world still could be like, the shadow of a radio tower. Anyone looking upon this scene would be moved. Anyone looking upon this scene with a heart would feel it beat. Even if that heart stopped pumping blood a long time ago. And that song really does reach someone beyond the signal waves, don't it? Well, Operator 19. Over and out. Sinan. You, Dawn, and Ozelise Raid travel in the skimmer for quite some time, and also no time at all, because Pieta's end had found her. Not but a few days, raptor ride away from the steading, which takes even less time to traverse by hovercraft. And sure enough, soon enough, you can see it on the horizon. The silhouette of your home. And through an unspoken agreement, Ozelise Raid lowers the skimmer safe distance away, parks it. The door opens with a pneumatic hiss. The wind now is quiet, solemn. Dust trickles in, and as each of you exits the vehicle, you first, Sinan, you can see the gate. It's a dozen feet or so away from you, and you know what lies beyond. You know what you have to do, what you're here for. How do you put boots to ground, sacred ground, for the first time in 10 years?
For some reason, in his mind, he thought it would be loud and suffocating. He even felt echoes of it when we traveled back in the past and everything was fine. And there is a profound relief when that monster that lurks in the back of his memory, the one that he sat alone with for too long, looks like his home. He knows this gate, this road. He knows how many strides it takes to get from this gate to the front porch. It used to be a lot more when he was real small and first counted them. This place. He steps out, one heavy boot, two boots, the boots that he wore here. And it's like they begin to grow roots right then and there. And a shakiness comes over him. It's overwhelming to be here. But it is home.
And you can almost see it as you stand there at the threshold of the gate. The place you grew up in. The shapes in the near distance. The twisting husk of the tree. The frame of the barn. Everything else about it eaten away by waste. Broken fence posts. The house up there. Roof caved in now. Dust on the porch. But there it is. The steading right in front of you. It's almost recognizable. Almost what you remember. And not at all. It is the quiet, yes, the quiet that you notice so alertly. The absence of howling, screaming, vicious wind. That's what you heard the last time you were here, when you were alive, of course. In the real way. In a way you haven't been for a while now. Howling wind. Oh, and you remember the dust, how it bit at your clothes, tore at your hair, your skin like fiberglass shards. Like it hated you. Like it wanted to hollow you out and destroy you, Zain and Esh. But now, there's none of that. The only breeze you hear is not a scream, a shriek of vengeance from the revenant of a planet that was killed by mortal hand, but an exhale, long and steady, an exhale of sorrow and relief, anticipation, soft and gentle against your skin. It's quiet. As you look at the echoes that are almost in the right shape, almost the right color, the same form of the steading. What other wound about the dust is eating at you aside from the howling and screaming catastrophe and noise of it all?
There is a wound here that may as well have been the only wound in the entire journey for Zain and Esh. The one he named Keseki, but had a different name. And it begins to buckle his knees, just thinking about it. But he made his choice. He knows. Because yes, that silence, it is a mercy, but it is also a portent, because time is running out, and this precious thing, this chance, it is fleeting. But he can't move.
But this time, Zain and Esh, unlike the last time you were here and still alive, when it felt like there was no one left in the world but you and her, and the dust that wanted to kill you both. But this time, unlike that time, you aren't alone. And it is Ozzel's presence sidling up next to you on one side of you that reminds you of this truth. You you are not alone here. And there's Dom, too, on the other side of you. Your steady rock. And Ozil, one eye swollen and wounded shut by pain, by grief, by a vengeful oath. You can sense Ozil looking at you with their one good eye. And you can see a similar wound on their face, torn open across their expression. What must be the memories that are swirling through their mind of the last time they were here? Similar to yours, perhaps. Mirrored desolation. And on your other side, looking at Dom's face, Dom, what does Einan see?
Unlike the other two, Dom wasn't there to see the end of it. This is a place that he hasn't seen since he left, and the stories that were told and ended here are a book he hasn't read yet. And he looks at Lodestar with the eyes of someone seeing a grave he didn't know existed in the shape of a home that used to be there.
And they appear. And suddenly, the man who lost time laying dead in the dust is being haunted by a future. By himself. By his partners. By change. And those roots have nothing to sink into. And it frees him to walk forward to the place that not just duty, not just grief, but a love that existed before Doxa was born, and one that he carries everywhere, propels him forward to the same tree where he learned that love from his parents.
You and your partners approach Doxa's grave. As you draw closer and closer, what do we see of it? And how is it different from your memory?
Memory is a funny thing. The tree, the one that he watched grow season to season, year to year, it's broken and mostly gone. A tree that he hewed his own parents' gravestones out of. He used to pick up the sticks and throw them. A tree that was as much a part of him as the rest of his family. Shattered, dry, almost completely gone, but there's echoes, remnants left in the dust. You can just see the edges of gravestones, ones that his hands made with love. A goodbye that now feels so kind. Kind to him. Because that was a different life, and that Zayden grieved. And in that same way of haunting his own ghostly self, he is here now to grieve the grief that he didn't have a chance to, as he looks to the next grave. Another one that he laid himself less well. He doesn't even fully remember doing it. But even as he lays eyes on it, he hears the song that he sang while he did it. And then there is a fourth grave, a shadow, a twist of profanity that he was not prepared for. There is a void of dust laid there in that place that Artemis showed him, where her antlers loomed over a dead man. And in that way, he never left her. Because here, there are 4 graves.
Like neon blood being revealed by the presence of a radioactive soul. The profane ground where you died assembles more and more shape as you draw closer, harmonizing at the same frequency as the strip of void inside of your spirit. No, not shape of its own. Shape through negative space. It is exactly as you said, it is the dust trickling through the air that catches on the edges of your end that make the end visible. Glowing almost. A golden shadow in the shape of your mortal corpse. And beside it, Doxa.
Upon arrival, he sees this echo. Proof. Like a sound finding the tuning fork that made it. But that isn't why his feet are here, and he cannot walk any closer to it as he falls to the dust on his knees in front of the grave that when he dug it, he could not cry because there was no water left in him. I did what I could. Sprout.
Ozzel does not crumble to their knees. Not yet. They stand beside you. Perfectly still. Briefly for a moment, like they were on the wall of the garden. But it is not bitter, distant rage that roots them to the spot. In this moment, it is the precipice of a question that they have turned over and over and over in their head for 8 long years. A question with an answer they are terrified to look at, because they fear that it would finally break their otherwise unbreakable soul. And they say, not with accusation, not with anger, but simply sorrow and the need to know. What happened?
Sinan pulls his hat to his chest. Lets a deep sob escape him. A question that he's wanted to answer for so long. Another hard choice that here now he must provide. Not because they are demanding it of him, but because he loved her, loves her, and loves all of her parents, her family, and her world. We ran out of water. And we held on for as long as we could. And then she couldn't hold on anymore. But it was quiet. The only quiet in the whole universe. And as he cries, the dust falls. And we finally see Sinan Esh, who has worn grief for this grave since he started at trans. He hasn't been wearing his grief markings. He is this grief. His face, his body, his soul is marked by this grief. It is a part of him. He'll figure out who he is after this.
Did she? Did she suffer in the... And that is when Ozzel buckles to their knees beside you. Tears streaming out of their eye. Their face twisted in the same way that yours is. Fingers going into the dirt, the dust, holding it, and then letting it loose, flow into the wind. Where are you? Were you with her when she...
I never left her side. And as he says that, he doesn't look at the shape on the ground that is literally taking his very profane essence and highlighting for the entire journey to see that Zion and Esh has never left this spot.
Azalis Raid lifts their eye. They see your tomb. They see your grave. They see your corpse. And they see your truth. They see the father that never, for even a single second, left the side of his daughter. And even as the tears stream down their face, there is a wondering in their eye. They tilt their head ever so slightly to the side as they see this impossible negative space, this profane golden shadow. They look back at you, and the realization, the understanding that had begun on the top of the wall and strengthened at Piera's grave now crystallizes in its full form in this very moment. And Ozzel says, in wonder, and also simply as a statement of fact, you died.
Yeah. He says so weakly he can barely even hear his own voice. Yes. Should
How does that even work?
there is an infinite everything that is opposite and yet not so different than the nothing, he says as he raises his eyes to the infinite whole that is about to consume our world. And some measure between. I was granted this. And he remembers, like a high, beautiful voice, the song of every ghost of all of Kesiki that he heard, that even here now, he can hear it even better than he did in that memory. It is like the dust itself is singing to him, yes. I'm lucky to be something in between. Profane and mortal. Here and dead.
You never left her side. Not once. Every second you were there with her. But
And Ozzel's head curves down toward their sternum, toward their chest.
I left her. I left you. both of you.
No.
If I had stayed, I could have saved.
They can't even say the last word. But they curve inward. The heaviness of it. The pain of it. That they have carried their entire life since their world also ended. The blade, they've pointed inward. The blade, they have tried for so long not to excavate. No. That's something that Osleys Raid doesn't believe they deserve. But to at least spear on something else, someone else, anything else that might make it feel just a little bit lighter. And looking at them, Zion, Dom, you see a parent that can do nothing but blame themselves for what happened to the most important thing in the world to them.
If I'd left earlier, maybe I would have found her. Maybe we'd both have been back. But maybe there'd be two Marcus out there.
Or even more here. And there is like he's been carrying around boulders. Every time either of them speaks, like they're being lifted off of him. Like every word that they say is the same thing he has also said. And it isn't that they are to blame either. It's that neither of them are alone. And he isn't either. Oh. We stayed as long as we could. But that isn't how it went. And neither are you. Being here laid in this dirt was gonna change that.
She didn't suffer.
And they exhale it like a prayer.
She was with her pa.
And Ozalis Raid lifts their head up at Doxa's grave, and then briefly up at the sky, at oblivion, the nothing. And they lower their eye back down to the mortal world. They say,
And now I know. Now I finally know.
and they look at you.
Thank you.
What?
You made sure that our girl was taken care of. Right up to the end. So thank you for doing what I could.
You don't gotta thank me.
We can anyways. And Dom walks over, puts a hand on your shoulder, the same hand he greeted you with in a less than friendly fashion. Should have known.
And another feeling as he exhales and tears just roll down his face. Almost a luxury now to cry. He feels something else that he heard for the first time not long ago in the shape of a song from Zinnia. Grief for him. Because he never realized that he needed someone to grieve his death too. And in that, again, Doxa is never alone. And he feels the same release that he hears in Ozal's voice, that they went without pain. And here he feels they were not alone because he was with them. Even though it felt like the loneliest place in the entire journey, even more lonely somehow than being in the nothing. But there is sunlight here, as dwindling as it is. And there is joy tucked into every sob and tear, because this tree is also where she used to play. Where they used to sit and have picnics, all of them. And here we are all together. And finally, that sense of together. After an immense amount of time, feels like it passes for him. And maybe it does. Zain and Esh goes looking for the thing that a mortal cannot see. Goes.
They're on the porch. Have been this whole time. Ija, counting bullets. Sorna, on the rocking chair, mending something. A scarf, maybe, for winter. Doxa, sitting on the stoop, watching you, watching all of you. Swinging her legs
Hope.
just above the ground.
Hope is a funny thing. Zainan Esh folds it into little things he does and says, in the grief that he carries with him everywhere, there is still hope. And sometimes he fools himself into thinking the wrong thing is the answer, but here and now that hope is a seed that he planted in despair, in a goodbye. Because as he looks to the house, he can still see that there is a floor, and his daughter, the one who helped him get in there, sitting right on that porch. His parents. Oh, right where they ought to be, in their home. And he lets out a heavy exhale. I got something to look after.
There's something I need to do too.
It's 3 of us.
Zainan puts his hand on Doxa's parents. Gives a nod to the 4th that isn't here. Straightens himself up. Shakes the dust off of his hat. And writes it and gives his Ema a nod as he does. And he walks towards the house, looking for a bag that hope against hope might be there.
As the 3 of you make your way to the steading, going up the porch, opening up the front door, Doxa follows you inside, weaving between your legs, like she always does, like she did. Ozil makes their way toward a room in the back of the house. Dom, too, goes to a different place, but you, Zainan Esh, what you're looking for is right here. Dining room, living room combined. And Doxa lingers by your side. Because this ghost girl, she remembers.
With a knowing smile, Zainan Esh crouches down into the dirt, pushing aside dry wood, cracked and easy to move now that time, a decade of time, has weathered this place down to splinters. And just hoping beyond hope, that buried underneath his feet, even in his own despair, the Zainan that would see tomorrow and die here and one day meet Artemis, that underneath his feet was a seed of hope.
The desiccated floorboard gives way underneath your fingers without much resistance. There's some dust that's piled up underneath that you have to clear with your hands, searching with mortal intention, sifting, and then your fingers catch on something. The edge of a satchel. It's there, drenched in dust, and as you pull it out of the grains, it's not all there. It looks less full than you remember from 10 years ago, from 8 days ago. But there are still things inside. There's still weight. And as you open up the twine and you peer into the pouch, you see half the seeds are still there. Miraculously, they haven't crumbled into dust. They haven't been scavenged or eaten by creatures or people. They're there. The other half, well, those are gone. But in their place, you see an old, crumpled up, small strip of paper.
Huh. And he curiously takes it out after examining seeds that were only a few days ago in his hand and whole, fresh off of the harvest, but also they have been down there for so long. But the paper is new and unfamiliar. He pulls it out to read. Look, hope. Look to it with hope. What is it?
You uncrumple it, and you see etched into the paper with old ink now, partly faded but still legible in a slightly shaky hand, the following words. We know these are for planting, but we needed to eat them. Gave us the energy to keep going over the next hill. Thanks. And best of luck. From a person you don't know and never will, who needed to get somewhere you'll never find out. And the ultimate outcome of their journey will remain forever a mystery to you. But the truth and proof of the hope you planted and seeded is right there between your fingers, etched in ink.
And he smiles. But that smile quickly turns into a grin, not for himself, but he turns the paper around to show the writing to his ghost girl. Look what we did.
You can sense her close to you, leaning in, reading the words. You can feel her smile, not just on her ghostly face, but in your soul, you feel her smile. Hope, warmth, blooms inside the dust of her spirit. A sprout, rising impossibly from death, life.
And he takes that hope, that letter, and he folds it into his coat to carry forward. His sprout, his seeds, and someone having a tomorrow.
You did this together. Two ghosts. Father and a daughter. Forever step in step. Never apart. Not even for a second.
He spends... Go ahead.
No, finish your thought.
He spends so long just standing there, staring in awe, in gratitude, not only for this time, but the time that was just expended here. An impossible thing inside an impossible thing. Both visions, not fractured apart, but one. His mortal eyes, his ghost eyes, memory, joy, and grief.
Zion, when you're finally ready, and you head back out the way you came, toward the porch, halfway sunken by dust, but still possessed of so much memory. You pan into the kitchen and see Dom do what he knows he has to do. Dom, what memories and hope do you excavate from the dust here?
For the longest time, he's been alone. And it's harder to do things for yourself when you're alone if you don't really care. But he's here now in a kitchen. He's, to be fair, loaned out for decades. And it would be so very disrespectful to the person who let him use it, who graciously agreed to let him into this space. If now that he's not alone anymore, he didn't care. So Dom walks through the kitchen looking. And it's not that he needs to know where it is, because hell, even when he's gone, he knows Einan's never going to put it where it never belongs. It'll always go back where it is. And he finds on the wall, hanging from a hook, an old, deeply pitted, rusted cast iron skillet. And runs a finger along the metal. Oh no, I can't let you stay like this, can we? Takes it. And as he turns, sees chewed through by dust and half-eaten by time, a strip of metal with a bit of wood still clinging to it. Yeah, you're coming too. And he grabs a knife he inherited, and that he would slap away whenever Piro or Ozzel or even Sinan tried to use it. And though he can't see ghosts, Dom looks at this kitchen where his family used to eat. Sorry I couldn't give it to you, a wild card. I gotta hold on to it for a little longer. And he turns and leaves.
Ozzel's raid is standing in the bedroom of their daughter, looking at the empty spaces where she used to sleep, used to read, used to practice her letters, used to slam the door too when she got mad. Didn't really start happening until she got older. There's a moment as they stand there at the door frame, withered away, the door off its hinges, has been for a while now, knocked astray by wind or an animal or who knows what. There's a moment as they stand there and they are terrified of setting foot inside. But they think of the man that stayed by their daughter's side until the very end, until the end found him too. And the terror subsides. They take a step inside. And they say out loud to a ghost they don't know is there, but they can sense and have been able to for 8 years in their own way.
Got a present for you. It's from your godparent. Godmother, I think. You would have liked her. And I think you'll like this.
And Oslis Raid pulls out the book from Zinnia and places it on what remains of the bed. And they sit there for a while, though they can't see her. Doxa sits beside them too, a ghostly hand on the cover of the book, over the back of the hand of their parent. On your way out of the steading, Zynon, Dom close behind you, you notice that Isha and Sorna's ghosts, they're not on the porch anymore. They're up ahead, some ways away, down the path, by the gate, really. And both of them are looking down at something on the ground before they raise their gazes at you. They want to show you something.
Zynon Esh can always go wherever his parents ask him to go, even if he's fought and yelled and resisted. But there they are. And how can he say no? So his feet cross those very few yards to the gate. And he looks down at what they're looking at. Huh.
It's a flagstone. Not just any flagstone that used to comprise the path from the gate up to the house. It's the flagstone, the very first one, directly in front of the gate. You can see it peering up through a thin layer of dust. Gods beat to all hell. Eroded by wind and weather and time and apocalypse. Eroded, scarred, but it's still there, still intact.
He leans over, dusts it off, just kind of to see what they might be looking at. And he takes it in. He remembers that these are not very heavy, but also that this had been sat here since before he could remember. The first stone, like a keystone and setting an arch. That mark of home. And his ma always paid it with such regard. She moved every damn stone off of every road except for this one. So he leans down to look at it, pops it up, furious. Maybe he could carry it.
The dust that secures it in place easily crumbles away as you sift your fingers between the crack and you lift it up. And unlike the surface of the flagstone, the back of it is smooth, perfectly preserved. But that's not all. There's a set of handprints on it. You recognize them instantly. One of the hands belongs to Isha, and the other one right next to it, Sorna. And there's a third one too in the middle. A small one. Fingers splayed wide in the shape of a star. It's your handprint, Zainanesh. From when you were a child.
He lays his hand on it and looks to both of them. This stone, in this moment, feels like the heart of a place that never died. And he lays his hand where his tiny hand once was. The star of the Lodestar Steading. The place that they always said they got to raise him. Where everything would be just how they wanted it. And that joy never died. Not really. He holds this stone and pulls it close to his chest, and it's almost like he can feel that heartbeat. He sees his parents, his daughter, the roof that raised him, the tree that isn't there, the stables, the pathways, the fields where his hand is as much that dirt as it is anything else. And all of this, too, is Keseki. And in that thought, he knows what must come next. And having gratitude for time and small miracles only softens that blow a little. Because to do something for Mercy, to let Keseki go, so that the next planet in the Apis Fuyumi system is not also consumed by oblivion, it doesn't have to hurt less. And he waits for the others to finish what they must do. Watches the dust dance around a tree and fill a profane shape that he will not forget. But here he is, the herald of endings. And even this, there is an ending thrumming in the heartbeat, in the grief, and in the joy of the Lodestar Steading.
At the garden. Close. At the garden, by the southern gate, the tears of Fuyumi and Strike Team Nova wait anxiously. Libra, Dunnan peering through the scope of their rifle, fixing it on the southern horizon, muttering to themselves, oh, come on, assholes. And far beyond the northern walls, we can see the shuttle, the last glass tail, standing tall, ready for departure. But not everyone is back yet. Not quite. For Azalis, Raid, Dom, and Zain and Esh have not yet returned from their excursion. And it's not helping Libra's nerves that Jack keeps leaning in and demanding an update, and Begoon keeps pacing, and Saral is nervously checking between their notes and then scanning the north and then back at Libra and then checking their notes again. And finally, Libra lets out a shit, fuck, okay, yeah, they're here, motherfuckers. All right, everyone, they're here. And sure enough, we see the skimmer crest over the southern desiccated wasteland and head kicking up a tailwind of plumes of dust behind it. And as soon as the last members of the shuttle crew are spotted, the group gathered by the southern gates kick into high gear, into action, because it's time. And as the skimmer approaches the south wall, we push in on the group gathered here to find each of you, awaiting Zainin, Ozzel, and Dom's return. Finally, the skimmer arrives. It skids off to the side, doors open, and the three of them come out. Sayer, Lumira, you see Zainin. Yinka lets out a, oh, thank goodness, as he comes out.
Time.
Lumira lets out a breath of relief that she didn't really know she was holding until she sees Zainin whole, stepping out unharmed.
He has a stone under his arm. And he looks both heavier in that and lighter.
We cut now to the launch site itself. There are still a few people milling about the open doors and gates of the shuttle itself. And then there are, of course, the folk who will be staying behind. Samisha Erebor, Dr. Wu, several of the other residents of the garden, most of them elders. There is a departure committee, essentially, comprised by them. And one by one, as the last of the tier start boarding the shuttle again, there's a moment here, by the doors, for all of you to take stock, give your final looks at the planet, before you two set foot into the last glass tail. Let's start with you, Sayer. Here at the launch site, who are you trying to find?
There's only one person I'm trying to find. A little shadow. My cricket.
Bug is standing by Nose Mama, which is to say, both of them are a ways off from the shuttle itself. Nose Mama with her head on the ground, the dust swirling about her horn as usual, completely nonplussed and undisturbed by the huge, massive object in front of her, and the hustle and bustle of dozens of people around her. And Bug is decidedly, has its back turned to you and is quite literally kicking rocks.
Sayer waits. This is a choice that Bug has to make. And as he waits by the shuttle, just as he promised them, that he would be there until they were ready to make that choice. Pick this up or to not. Whatever choice that it ends up making, even if it hurts, even if it's difficult, he will accept it.
It senses you, looking at it. Turns, and you see on its face, yeah, it's still mad. Of course it's still mad. It's still hurt. But it hasn't made a choice yet. They're torn. They're not decidedly staying here, but they're also not decidedly going. And they look between you and the shuttle and Nose Mama, and you see that they're mad, and there's that adolescent pride that's eating at them, gnawing at them, refusing to let them just do what they know you want them to do, even though it might be the right decision, but they don't want to do what you think is right, even though it might actually be what's good for them. And then in the midst of all of this internal, Nose Mama lets out a and ponderously lifts up onto all 6 of her limbs, lets that big, bulbous, nubbin-like tail swing and shake off some of the dust. And before Bug can say, Nose Mama, what are you? There's a as she approaches the shuttle gates, and whoever still left is milling about there, they get out of the way as this massive lizard just inside. With a turn of the head as she enters the foyer and curves around to look outside at Bug, as though saying to her child, "Are you coming?" And Bug lets out a, "But I wasn't, fine, whatever, I guess." And they run forward and follow Nose Mama in. And they give you one final look. That is, yes, still mad, still hurt. But it's not so scalding anymore as it was the last time you spoke to them. There's something in their eyes that gives you hope. That maybe, this is a gap you can bridge.
Good to have you back, Cricket.
Sayre, as you board, we pan across the gathered folks to find Lumira.
Lumira is heavy. Every limb on her feels like it's bolted to the ground. But at the same time, it's like a weight has lifted. Kaseki may not stand as it is, as we know it, as we remember it. But she will live. She will move forward, not just in the hearts of us, but in the hearts of every single person that sits on this shuttle. Sometimes grief lives in the memory of people who hold it. And it's the responsibility of those people to carry it. And to move it forward into a spot where people have no chance but not to remember it. They don't get a chance to forget it. She meant what she said at Tower 19. Kaseki will live as long as she breathes, just like Tungal. And she won't forget the sacrifice of the tears of the people that did everything that they could to make sure that Kaseki was just as important as the rest of us, the rest of everything. She looks at Nova. And looks at what's left. It's a bittersweet pill to swallow. It's even more bittersweet to know that just the little bit of time that they had was cut on behalf of her, but that's not her focus right now. Her focus is the future and making sure whatever's left of both of the places that she can call her home. That's laid, the grounds that are laid with the people that she loves, the ancestors that she venerates, people that came before her. It's her responsibility now that she carries it like a weight on her chest, like a responsibility that needs to be held, right? No, it's more than that. It's their love. It's their memory. It's their safety, their knowledge, their presence, their threads in the journey. Those can't, no. They won't be erased. Those things will live and they will stay on. So she wipes her face, because she's learned more about herself here than probably any place else that she's stumbled across at this point. And she looks at Sinan. That hurt, those feelings of animosity still there, but she knows the root of where that uncomfortableness lies. And in that moment, she realizes something I think that's the biggest part of any adult that is growing up, that is looking at the people that have raised them, per se, their parental figures. She realizes that Sinan's not a superhero. He's not an all-encompassing being that has all the answers and does everything right. Sinan is just human. He's a person, just like me, just like Sayir, just like Yinghe. And people are allowed to make mistakes. People are allowed to grow. People are allowed to change. And in that moment, she sees Sinan just exactly for who he is. Whole. Flawed. But at the core of all of this is love. Love for his family, love for the people he's lost. But at the same time, love for the people that he's found. And I just happen to be one of those lucky people.
Lumira, you board the shuttle. Kinka close behind you, resting one final hand on the hull of the glass tail. She looks at Kesiki, this place that has taught her so much. Turns her gaze back into the shuttle, toward the future, toward the spirits and hopes of Kesiki that reside within it. And she too boards. As for the tears of Fuyumi, the farewell party lingers by the doors. Of course, Dr. Wu, Samishi, other folks staying behind, seeing you all off. And the bulk of the goodbyes with Dr. Wu have already happened over the course of this week. All that's left is the final farewell. And each member of the Tears shakes her hand, hugs her, smiles of tears brimming in their eyes, but also understanding. And there's a moment between Ozzel and Dr. Wu in particular, where Ozzel's raid pauses by Yvonne, and they seem to struggle with their words. There's something that they want to express, so many things they want to express and never really got the opportunity to. That so much passes between them in just a look. Gratitude, an apology, sorrow, understanding. And finally, Ozzel's raid says,
I'll see you in the stars.
and Dr. Wu replies, I'll be waiting. And Zinnia, you also have a chance to give a final moment, brief goodbye to Dr. Wu, though everything that has been needed to share has already been shared.
I think there's only a hug and a whisper of something that not even us are privy to. And she steps onto the ship. I think she, in moving through the ship, she reaches for Libra's hand, squeezes it 3 times, and goes to find Jack.
Libra squeezes back, and you find Jack, of course, in the bridge console room. She's waiting for you. And as soon as you enter and the doors swish shut behind you, Jack's all business. They have 1,000 hats going on at once. They are both mechanic, engineer, and pilot. And Ta says, oh, okay, there you are. Look, avionics are hot, systems nominal, just need the nav array. You mentioned there was something at the tower, so...
This is going to sound weird, but I need 1 second.
Okay.
And I think Zinnia reaches into her pocket, not dissimilar from how Sayir has a tendency to do it, and pulls out the oracle, the Sunrise Oracle, and puts it close to her heart real quick, presses her forehead against it, and whispers, "Thank you so much for everything you have done and everything you are about to do. I love you."
There's a small affirmative chirp in response from the Sunrise Oracle, and it glows 3 times in response to I love you. As you're reaching for the Navarre socket of the console. The other oracle that had insisted to be passed from Sayer's pocket to yours during the boarding process chirps in your other pocket, and Nova's oracle goes,
Plug me in too! I want to help! I have auxiliary power systems!
Of course. I gotcha. And Zinnia follows its instructions. It's bossy little circle.
Sunrise's oracle gets plugged into the central socket, and there's a as systems start to come online and fields populate with nav arrays and possible trajectories to map your destination. And as Nova's oracle gets plugged into a secondary socket, kind of like under the desk, you know what I mean, like underneath the desk, it lets out a
Whee! Oh wow, all the systems are coming online. I feel it, the power coursing through me, and also into the ship. We're finally here, sister. One last trip to the stars. And then you can rest. But don't worry, it's not scary. I'll be there with you. Every step.
Dom. As you board the glass tail, Tamina's there by the entrance, looking at you. This woman who never thought she'd be boarding a shuttle off this place after everything she said to you in the bridge. And as you come on, she holds out a hand for you to shake.
Yeah. Dom looks at a hand extended. What is with the handshakes these days? Something magical in them, I guess. But he shakes her hand.
Good to see you again.
Yeah, you too. Bet you feel kind of silly, huh?
Yeah. Honestly, yeah, I do. Feel silly standing here after that big speech I gave you up in the bridge, but
It was a good one.
in my defense, I had no idea I'd find her here. And she jerks her head toward her sister, Kari,
Yeah.
who's currently in the middle of like helping people get to the places they need to go to get ready for launch. But honestly, I'd suffer that embarrassment and humiliation 1,000 times over. It meant I got to see her again. All I really wanted was to be with her. Since she's here, well, I'm gonna show her what we've built.
Yeah. Sounds like I'm gonna have to put you to work then if you want to show her the tour.
Sounds like we're gonna have to talk about me getting a raise. And you and Tamina
All right.
walk to your spots upon the shuttle. And now we pan out to the last person to board the glass tail. Zion and Ash.
Zion stands at the gate, looking over his home. How desiccated, how gray it all looks. Since his return from the Lodestar, he's let his scarf stay unwrapped. He's taken off just small bits of protection because he doesn't need to hide from this Kesiki anymore. And so the wraps, all of those little things that Zion and Esh has worn, even in artifact from a memory at Trans, in some form, has lingered on him. And we see him standing at the gates of the garden, holding the goggles that he's been wearing around his neck since we got here, swinging them idly around his finger. And then he just lobs them into the dust. Those are the goggles that he died in. The man that died has a grave here, next to his daughter, in the dirt that he knew that one day he would be buried in. Now, Zion and Esh, the mortal profane, agent of trans, member of Strike Team Nova, father, still, stands at the gate. He salutes with his hat to Samishi Erebor. There are no more words to say to her, just ending and respect. So he inclines his hat to an echo of a man, but she had so much to give, and we are going to take it with us. This ship, her research, and all of the time that she bought every other person on that ship, including us. Samishi Erebor is Keseki, and we are taking that spirit with us. He
She
takes
returns
stock.
your salute with a look and a nod.
He takes stock of everyone staying with respect and love. He wishes them nothing but the ending that they seek. The one with the dirt, the bones, the very soil that is ours. His family boards the shuttle, and he does not worry where they will be tomorrow. He knows where they'll be. Right next to him. Even Lumira. And Zynon Esh lets out a high whistle over the wind of a flock tender to call the ghosts home with him. And not in pain and not in death. Zynon Esh's boots, the ones that came here in a crash and calamity, step onto a ship so that Keseki may live.
And the ghosts, dozens, thousands, millions of them. But a ghost doesn't weigh anything. The ghosts follow you aboard the shuttle, and the gate closes. There is a great heaving roar as the engines ignite and the shuttle prepares for launch. Plumes of dust billow outward from those whining, shaking thrusters now turning cherry red. The chassis shudders. The heady stink of exhaust expands. The shuttle begins to rise. Slowly, it feels at first, an unsteady bantam bird testing her wings. And then the shuttle goes up, 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 faster, stronger, blasting waves of shimmering, gasping, molten heat in a massive radius. Inside the last glass tail, in a chamber none of us can see, the heart of the fusion reactor burns hotter than the center of the suns. There it goes. Up, up, higher and higher, a gleaming streak of metal and flame, its propulsion so powerful that it clears a mile-wide haze of dust around the garden. And for just a moment, the people on the surface and the people in the air can see the entire world unclouded. You came here to save Keseki. And you did. Not in the way you expected, not in the way you wanted, but in the way Keseki needed. Its salvation lies not in the annihilation of its grief, but in receiving its ghosts with open arms. Keseki is a place. Keseki is a people. Keseki is the memories of those people. And Sayir, Lumira, both of you are now a part of this story, in your own way. As the last glass tail rises toward ancestral stars that she hasn't seen in 10 years, What one final thought crosses your mind? Let's start with you, Sayer.
Whatever the future holds, I'm not afraid. Whatever I have in the future, I am not afraid.
What about you, Lumira?
You may not understand it now, but you will. And it will be worth it.
Zinnia, the story of Keseki has been intertwined with yours for a long time now. What one final thought crosses your mind?
It is less of a thought and more of lyrics. It is the rendition of a song that Zinnia has only heard 2 other times. The song of when Sunrise won, when they succeeded. It plays for the last time in over 10 years. And she smiles.
Dom, you've been a part of Keseki's story from the very beginning of your own. What one final thought crosses your mind?
All right, Firefly, you led me home. It's our turn to take you up.
This is the end to one journey, but the beginning of another. The work is not over. Keseki still needs you. But that's a story for a later time. For now, the last Glasstail ascends through the atmosphere, carrying the only home she's ever known close to her heart. As she watches the shuttle rise, a final thought crosses Samishi Ereber's mind. Beside her, her own Glasstail bobs in the tailwind of the takeoff, and Dr. Wu hugs close the urn containing her husband's ashes. And Samishi Ereber can't help but think to herself that the light of the exhaust plume, now just a tiny spark against void, looks like the last Firefly leaving Keseki. Zain and Ash, what's your story?
Sinan looks to Keseki, and the only thought he can think is, I will be here tomorrow. And the truth is, I didn't grieve her at all. I don't know if I even have done now. You know, that second twilight just before the Momonoi cluster came into view and the whole sky would open their eyes to watch us, that's when I knew her best. The cicadas and frogs and night birds would begin their evening song. The fireflies would skip off the tall purple grass, lighting the fields that my parents gave everything for to give us a good life. And it was a good life, filled with hard work. But it wasn't just the food, the dirt we earned under our nails, or even the times of plenty. They were the only home I ever had, and I thought I was alone in that. And Keseki, it turns out, is much bigger. I didn't know that north of Haruna there was an incredible bridge built on pillars to the sky on the Isthmus of Chisare. That the Hofu Mountains were filled with rolling forests where you might see a northern bantam hawk. And Hanae Bay, where pearl miners scrape together lives just like the rest of us. That in all of these places was someone else's Haruna. Their whole world. When you stitch them all together, Saral, my story, yours, Samishi's, Bug, Jack, Dom, Ozzel, Zinnia, Libra, Stovall, everybody, that's Keseki. Our world of dust. Our world of green. And Haruna was mine. My Keseki. Yeah. I guess if I'm gonna tell you this story, I should start somewhere. My name is Zanin Esh, and my bones are made of the grief of a dead world. And when Keseki goes to oblivion, it will not all be gone because I carry her in my lungs, my eyes, my fingernails, and my scars. I am Keseki, and I am not alone.
And we're gonna end the arc there. Thank you all so much for tuning in to the grand finale of Arc 4. What a finale! This has been one hell of a journey, and I truly could not have asked for a better cast or crew to tell this story with. I have so much more to say, but before we get there, I know it is so late and we are so tired. That was so much, but what a good ride. I would love for my cast to introduce themselves one last time for Arc 4. Let's save our guests for last. So, Val, take it away.
Hi, folks. I'm Valiant Dorian. I use he, his pronouns. I am the son of Jacob George, who is memorialized at the top of the stream. I had the distinct pleasure of playing Sayer, who uses he, they pronouns, who is the son of Doom, and who carries Kiseki with him. And with that, I'm going to pass it on over to the Kisekian of the hour. Okay?
Hi everyone, I'm Kai. You can find me everywhere as Estella and Ladris. Thank you all for this arc, for your grief and love. It has been the honor of a lifetime to play the echo of my ancestors, Mr. Zainanesh. I'm passing it over to Sam.
I am Samstar. I use she, they, and the occasional Fae pronouns. I am the best friend of Malia Lowell, the person who we have been raising money in memory of for crisis services. This means so much to me. And I am the daughter of Corwin Spearman, my best friend and the only man in my life I will ever love. I pass it to Val.
Val.
Damn.
Just
Did
it's
Val
okay.
do it already?
It's okay.
I'm sorry. I'll
It's
pass
okay,
it to our
baby.
guests.
You're perfect.
Take it away,
I'll
Ria.
pass
Take it
to
away,
our
Ria.
guests. Go to Rio.
Okay. Hey, I am John and or Ryo. I use any, all, and whatever pronoun you're thinking of right now. And it has been my absolute pleasure to let Dom take a nap now. It's been a lot of fun being on this trip with all y'all. And I think it's about time both he and I look in the stars a bit. That's a 2, Dare.
Hey, hi, hey, hello, everybody. My name is Dare, pronounced she, they, they, and it. I am the older sister of Dexter Savage Jr. I love you, buddy. It's been an honor to play Zinnia. It's been an honor to be a part of this arc. It means more to me than I could possibly express, and there's an honest to God part of me that was, I don't know, afraid I wouldn't be good enough to hold my weight, and I am so glad that everyone at this table pushed me to be my best self, and I love all of you so much, and I love everyone watching so much. Thank you, once again. Take it,
We
boss.
love you too, Dare. I will take it as the boss. Whew. Thank you all for tuning into Arc 4. This has been a very special and personal story for all of us. And I am extremely grateful that we got to weave this narrative of grief, hope, and survival hand in hand with each other. This has been a challenging arc, not because of the arc itself and the storytelling process, but because of the unpredictable difficulties of real life that have impacted everyone on this cast throughout the course of the season. In the process of producing Arc 4, all of us have been affected in one way or another by the loss of family members and or loved ones, health complications, extended out-of-state and or international travel, and or general major changes in our lives, careers, etc. The resonance of the core themes of Arc 4 within the details of our shared real lives is not lost on me. As they say, life imitates art, and vice versa. And just like the characters that we portray and the storylines that we have incubated, explored, and laid to rest, but have also ushered in new beginnings for Arc 4. My wonderful cast and I have found ourselves facing incredible challenges, grief, pain, stress, turmoil, yes, in real life. And yet, we survive. And yet, we are still here, together. The act of working together as a cast and crew to tell the story of Keseki has been deeply grounding. I feel as though I'm able to say for all of us in this call in one way or another. I've always strongly believed that making art is not a luxury, it is not a frivolity, it is also a form of survival. As we have explored through Arc 4, grief and suffering as concepts in and of themselves, as natural mortal experiences, are not boogeymen to be vanquished forever or erased from existence, but because to do so would be to erase the love, joy, and meaning that they also necessarily bring to our lives. As Strike Team Nova and the Tears of Fuyumi take to the stars, they know that the end is inevitable for the planet that they call home. But Keseki also lives on in the hearts and memories of her people. So long as her descendants continue to remember her ghosts and sing her songs, Keseki can never die. In this way, Arc 4 is about the deep grief and also the deep joy of living in diaspora. All of us on this cast belong to the diaspora of one or more communities in one way or another, with many varying relationships to history, ancestry, power. Making art singing and dancing, telling our stories with each other, archiving our memories, fighting for a world that we know can exist and is already here in so many ways inside of us. All of these are acts of connecting with our motherlands, the people that we love and mourn, and acts of flinging light into the future. With Arc 4, we proclaim that a diasporic life, that a life with grief, a life with loss, with all of its scars and all of the loves that those scars are proof of, is a life worth living. Whew. All right, friends. We are diving headfirst into the unknown future. But first, in terms of what's next for the channel, we're gonna take a break. We're gonna take a break between arcs. And one of us, at the very least, needs to make an international move. So lots of big things happening. Yay, Val! Producing a live show to this degree of narrative complexity and cohesion and depth and emotion, especially as they resonate with real life losses that we are experiencing, is, of course, a titanic amount of work and a big investment, emotionally and otherwise. So we are going to be in hiatus until we are ready to return with Arc 5 in late 2026. So later this year, ideally. But never fear. That doesn't mean we're completely going to be frozen. There will be plenty of ways for us to still connect with each other in the Transplanar community and still stay active in some ways. For instance, there is the upcoming anniversary zine release and upcoming cast Q&A retrospective, post-mortem, if you will, of Arc 4. And I'm sure other community events of that similar nature. So, thank you all again so much for tuning into Arc 4 of the Chaos Protocol. It has been an absolute fucking honor to share this season alongside Kai, Sam, Val, Dare, John, and C, as well as our incredible stream mods, Jordan and Keith, our podcast editor, Mars Ewing. I'd also like to thank our character artist, Alicia Doyley, aka Atal and Quirky, for her incredible work on our character art, as well as Alice Robin Torkar and the 12-Sided Studios team for working on our incredible animated trailer for Kaseki. What all of you have witnessed here is an immense labor of time, energy, money, resources, and love. We could not make this art without the very significant contributions of each and every single person behind, on, and beyond the screen, including all of you, as our incredible and amazing audience. As always, you can continue to support our show in the off-season by joining and participating in our Discord, pledging to our Patreon, making fanworks if you are so inclined, posting about Transplanar on Blue Sky, Instagram, or Tumblr, rating our podcast, buying merch from our merch store, and most importantly, telling someone else about us. Tell your friends, tell your family, tell your barista, tell your dog, your cat, your last glass-tail butterfly. Thank you so much, Transplanards. See you for our next journey.